Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, and good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Welcome to another meeting of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Good morning again to the staff, my colleagues, and the beautiful people of the territory. Today we will be taking important testimony from the Waste Management Authority, as well as receiving an update from the telecommunications providers and the regulatory agencies involved with the broadband network. However, but before we go any further, I must take a solemn moment to reflect on the legacy of the Honorable Alisa Chucky Hansen, who passed away last evening. I have had the honor of serving with Senator Hansen in the 32nd legislature, and I can say that Chucky was many things, but one thing that can never be questioned is that Alicia Chucky Hansen was a tireless champion for the grassroots working men and women of this community. Whether it regarded housing, bus fares for the elderly, or reconnection fees with WAPA, Chucky was always concerned with the plight of the common man, and she found common sense solutions to address them. So I would like to ask everyone to rise and join me in a moment of silence for Senator Alisa Chucky Hansen, a hero of this community who has passed away, to join her ancestors. Thank you. Senator Hansen was born on the island of Puerto Rico, and it is a strange coincidence that she passed 1 week before the VI Puerto Rico Friendship Day. This day, which falls on October 9th this year, marks deep ties of history, culture, and blood between the two territories. As we celebrate our bonds of friendship, let us remember we also share a history of struggle and that we have common needs in terms of social and economic development, political empowerment, and self-determination. October marks Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and as we mourn the passing of former Senator Alisa Chucky Hansen from cancer, let us rededicate ourselves to fighting this disease and to saving more lives. This past Saturday, October the 1st, is traditionally known as Contract Day, and it marks 145 years since the Firebrand Rebellion. On that day, in 1878, agricultural laborers on St. Croix, led by the famous Four Queens, rose up to assert their rights and to forcibly protest the unfair treatment of working people. This is not just historically significant, but it is directly relevant to our present situation, which demands renewed focus on the rights and needs of working people. The survival of working families is being threatened by a rising cost of living that is not accompanied by appropriate wage increases. Throughout the territory and around the nation, public and private sector workers are rising up with renewed energy to fight for their rights and their survival, and I will support them 100%. I was out on the picket line with the United Steelworkers a few weeks ago, and I am the last remaining sub-sponsor of Act number 7856, which increased the minimum wage from $7.25 to $10.50. And I have been urging pressing the governor to appoint members to the wage board so that the minimum wage can be updated on a regular basis and so that workers in the territory can keep pace with the cost of living. So as we commemorate the historical struggles of workers in the Virgin Islands, I salute and join with today's workers as we struggle together for decent wages and workplace conditions. I must express, though, my disappointment and frustration at the fact that key agencies, which plays a critical important role in whether we have or do not have fast, reliable, and affordable telecommunications in the territory, have chosen not to appear today. It should be noted that when the courts call on them, they appear. Yet, when you are summoned before another co-equal branch of government, you believe it is okay to inform us just a few days before your scheduled testimony that you cannot appear. And I believe, and I'm sure my colleagues also believe that that is unacceptable. I also want to remind the missing officials and the public that unlike in times past, our committee dates are assigned to us on a fixed date, and as such, we do not have the flexibility to reschedule meetings at the request or whims of the persons called to testify. The committee will be calling these individuals again to appear before the committee at its next meeting, and I would like to remind these officials that the VI Code is clear that when you are called to testify before the legislature or one of its committees, you shall appear. It is not a mere invitation that one is free to accept or decline at will. The members of this committee will decide whether or not that a subpoena is in order, but be advised that I have written and introduced legislation to strengthen the subpoena powers of the legislature to deal with this type of vexing and serious problem. The people directly elected us to this institution to do our job. And that job includes investigations and oversight regarding the operations of our territory and our government. Today, this committee will be addressing two issues which are absolutely crucial to the daily quality of life of every Virgin Islands resident: waste management and telecommunication. Critical issues in waste management include the status of the Bovoni dump fire, short and long-term solutions, and existence of a crucial opportunity to address our landfills issues in a meaningful way due to the availability of federal dollars. Importance of addressing ongoing issues with transition from unmanned bin site to collection centers, with households pickup still seemingly a lag behind the increased need created by the reduction of bin sites, particularly on the island of St. Thomas and St. John. Needs to address labor management issues as IAMAW members are still working under expired contracts. Ongoing issues regarding hazardous pay designation, status of wastewater system, and that's for waste management. I know I'm mouthful, but those issues, we need to have a discussion on them. And in respect to telecommunication issues, we will be discussing the ongoing quality of service issued, particularly with Liberty's transition from AT&T to its own network, status of broadband equity, access and deployment program, the BEAD program, and digital equity, planning and grants, funds and activities, the status of telecommunication market and the need for lower cost and better service, regulatory and permitting issues and addressing the bottlenecks, telecommunication asset mapping, cable cutting and call before you dig. Affordability. When it comes to affordability, we have the networks, we have the availability, high-speed service, and how do we make it truly accessible by making it affordable. So let's go to the business at hand. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call. Senator Maurice James. Here. Senator James, present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Present. Senator Bolquez Jr., present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Marvin Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Mr. Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum, so let's proceed. Can you read the agenda onto the record, please?
Reading of the agenda. Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Update and discussion on the status and future of landfills in the territory. An assessment of the implementation of the tipping fees. The status and future of residential and business solid waste collections. The status of the authority's operation, including of hazardous pay workers in the Waste Management Authority. The status and future plans for recycling and source separation. And the status of wastewater collections and treatment. Invited testifier, Mr. Roger Merritt, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. Lunch break will be at 12:30 to 1. Block 2, 1 to 4 p.m. Update and discussion on the ongoing network and other issues impacting the quality of service, along with the action plans to address any such matters. Status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development, with a focus on planning and utilization of federal broadband funding and plans for improving and expanding customer service, connection speeds and service coverage areas in the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers. The Honorable John Pierre Oriel, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Andrew Smith, Executive Director, VI Water and Power Authority. Mr. Stephen Adams, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. Ms. Geraldine Pitt, Chief Executive Officer, VIA. Ms. Wanda Alvarez, Government Affairs Counsel, Liberty Communications of Puerto Rico, USVI. Attorney Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile, Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please proceed.
The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chair. Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Legislature of the Virgin Islands Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804, regarding late arrival to Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting. Dear Chairman Blyden, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be arriving late to today's committee hearing on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary, 35 Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Joseph as excused.
October 3rd, 2023. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman. Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, I would like to extend my apologies for my delayed arrival at today's October 3rd, 2023 Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting. Due to a prior engagement, I am unable to attend the beginning of the meeting. I kindly request your understanding to be excused until I can join the meeting. I look forward to actively participating as soon as I am able to attend. Thank you in advance for your consideration, and I appreciate your understanding of this situation. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Carrion as excused, and please mark Senator DeGrasse as present. Okay, thank you so much, Senator Graff.
We also have...
You may proceed,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, September 29, 2023. The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804, regarding status of telecommunications permitting in the territory. Dear Chairman Blyden, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, is unable to attend the October 3rd, 2023 hearing in person due to a previously scheduled commitment for me and my senior leadership team. As our participation is likely to provide information on the status of permitting, I am providing a spreadsheet for applications received related to telecommunications. You will see the most permits applied for to date have been approved. However, there are a few applications that are incomplete for various reasons. The department is awaiting the submission of additional information by the respective applicants to resume the permitting process. Should you require additional information, please do not hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Jean-Pierre L. Oriel, Commissioner.
That's it for the correspondences, Madam Clerk.
We have two more.
Okay, very well. Proceed.
September 29, 2023. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804, regarding Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications hearing October 3rd, 2023. Dear Senator Blyden, this correspondence serves to acknowledge receipt of your invitation dated September 19, 2023, to offer testimony at the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications hearing on October 3, 2023. Due to a scheduling conflict, my team and I are unable to attend the hearing. If there are any follow-up requests for information that comes out of the hearing, please forward them to us, and we will do our best to respond accordingly. Thank you for your understanding, and as always, please feel free to contact my office if you need further assistance. Sincerely, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner. Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00804, phone 340-693-3567, and email address is provided. Regarding T-Mobile's correspondence related to the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications October 3rd, 2023 hearing. Good day, Honorable Chairman Blyden. I am writing on behalf of my client, T-Mobile Virgin Islands, with regard to your gracious invitation for T-Mobile to testify at the upcoming hearing scheduled by the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications for October 3rd, 2023. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, the persons from T-Mobile who would be competent to testify to the items identified on your committee's agenda are available on October 3rd and would like to ask to be excused from attending. T-Mobile recognizes the importance of telecommunications issues in the territory and keeping your constituents and T-Mobile customers well informed, and as such has provided the attached written testimony for your committee consideration. The written testimony discusses T-Mobile cellular infrastructure gains over the last year that has been doing business in the territory, the additional investment in cellular infrastructure anticipated in the coming year, the investment in the brick-and-mortar stores, its commitment to exceptional customer service, the sizable donation in recently made to My Brother workshops, T-Mobile. T-Mobile is dedicated to providing its customers with the best cellular experience and will continue to strive to ensure that they receive the best quality service in the USVI. Letter to the Senator Marvin A. Blyden, September 29, 2023, page 2. If the committee has any additional questions or concerns that T-Mobile can address, please contact the undersigned counsel to discuss. Cordially, Alex M. Morowitz, Dudley Newman, and Fitzgerald LLP, Law Firm 1000, Fredericksburg, Gardner, St. Thomas, VI 008040756.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Dan Capehart. Thank you so much, Senator, and non-committee member, for being here. Before we begin, I just want to take 1 minute to recognize the great-great-granddaughter of Edward Widmott Blyden here in the chambers today. Let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Blyden. Dr. Sylvia Blyden is a Sierra Leone trained medical doctor who is also certified by the United States government, as well as being a member of Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, a journalist of Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, social political commentator, and information, communications, and technology consultant, human rights and gender rights activist, an editor, empress, publisher, and owner of one of her country's most widely read and fastest-selling newspaper, a noted philanthropist, and a major trailblazer in breaking the glass ceiling that inhabits Sierra Leone women. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Ms. Blyden. Welcome, and thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy your stay and learn a little bit about your great-great-grandfather and basically go back home with some memories. You wanted to say anything right quick to the people of Virgin Islands? Can you please give her Senator James Mike?
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is singularly one of the greatest honors that I have ever received. And I have received quite a few in my lifetime. But to stand here on the soil of the late great-great-grandfather of mine, where he was born, where he's honored, and where I grew up as a child, knowing that I would one day visit the Virgin Islands. It's a very emotional moment for me to be honored like this. And I want to extend to the people of the Virgin Islands, through this Honorable Legislative Senate, that this is the first of many other visits that I will be making to these beautiful islands. I spent my birthday here on October 1st this year, and I joined the Fireborn celebrations on St. Croix. I also joined the Dollar for Dollar commemoration here in St. Thomas on September 30th. And from here, before I leave tomorrow, I will be visiting the island of St. John's, which means I would have visited all the 3 islands. My great-great-grandfather's legacy is awesome. It's a tremendous legacy to walk in his shoes. And I have done my best my entire life to walk in his shoes. I want to say thank you for this great honor of recognizing me today.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, senators. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Blyden from Sierra Leone.
From Sierra Leone, West Africa. And
Very
let me
well.
extend an invitation to all of you. The interesting thing about Sierra Leone is that we give out free passports and citizenships to anybody who is a descendant of freed slaves who wants to become a Sierra Leone citizen. So let me extend a citizenship invitation to all of you, because each and every one from the Virgin Islands is a descendant from West Africa. So I'm hereby extending an invitation to all of you to come back home. My great-great-grandfather was born here in Virgin Islands. He went back home and he's buried in Sierra Leone. I take care of his grave and all his monuments in Sierra Leone. I want to invite all of you to come and visit his grave, visit his monuments, visit his statues, and come take your citizenship in Sierra Leone. You'll be most welcome. You are Sierra Leoneans. You will be welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Safe travels. Thank you. Okay, very well. Very well. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to have the testifiers put their name on the record, and then we will start the testimony with Mr. Merritt. But before you begin, please put your name on the record. Start from my far left.
Good morning. Territorial Engineering Manager.
Take your time, please, and repeat that.
Good morning. Alex Bruni, Territorial Engineering Manager.
Morning.
Good morning. Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer.
Morning.
Good morning. Roger E. Merritt Jr., Executive Director.
Morning.
Good morning. Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director.
Morning.
Good morning. Keith Smith, Technical Operations Manager of Wastewater.
Good morning.
Territory.
And before I go to the point of privilege from Senator Maurice James, I just want to remind Mr. Director Merritt, please, when you start testifying, the recorder already remind me, please take your time. Please take your time when you're speaking. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, everyone in the room. Good morning, colleagues and staff.
Point of personal privilege, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is a sad day for us in the Virgin Islands, especially those of us on St. Croix. So I just wanted, on behalf of my family, to express my condolences to Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen's husband and children and her extended family. I know that St. Thomians and St. Jonians know just as much about Senator Hansen, but she was a big personality that changed campaigns for us. And like the Queens that we just celebrated this past weekend on October 1st, she was a voice for the workers, the working class. None of us can deny that. She worked very hard for all the people who were the hard workers in the VI. So I just want to extend my condolences and sympathies, and may her memory be a blessing for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fonseca, you want a point of personal privilege?
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I too want to express condolences to all the family and friends of our beloved Honorable Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen, and may the good Lord continue to bless her soul abundantly, and she rest in peace. Blessings.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Boker, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too echo the sentiments of condolences of my colleagues. Former Senator Hansen had a very fearless spirit of independence and a commitment to defending the rights of every individual, regardless of their background, and she will forever be remembered. She had an ability to engage in meaningful dialogues, whether it was politics or everyday life or bread and butter issues, and she definitely enriched our lives in the sense of always fighting for what you want. And I appreciate her for all that she's done for our society. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. Senator de Graaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I too like to extend my condolences to the family of former Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen. And as being a member of the minority in the 32nd legislature, where she taught me all that I know, and she taught me great things. So it's a pleasure and a blessing to have met an icon. Like we just had a great-grandchild of an icon in the Virgin Islands here. Alicia Chucky Hansen is one of the icons of the territory. She'll be forever missed. my sincere condolences go out to the family. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Dan Capehart, point of personal privilege.
Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning. Yes, today is a sad day when we are woken with terrible news of, for me, a former colleague. I had the opportunity to serve with the fearless leader of St. Croix. She taught me many good things of being in office, standing up for the people, and she will never be forgotten. And I just wanted to extend my condolences to her husband, as she used to call him, Daddy, to her children who loved her so much, her grandchildren, her whole entire family. I just want to extend condolences. May her soul rest in peace. I was expecting that she would have a full recovery and come back home to work on other campaigns, but the good Lord knows what he does and that she has served this territory well. So to the family, the friends, the people of the Virgin Islands, my condolences. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. And as a grateful community, I just ask that we continue to keep her and her entire home circle in our prayers. Mr. Merritt, you may proceed with your testimony.
We also have 2 of our staff that's participating virtually as well.
Very well. Can they introduce themselves, please? Can we have it on the screen? Media? In the interim, are they going to be responding to questions? So what we'll do, we'll have you start a testimony, and by then hopefully we get them up and we can have them basically put their name on the record, okay?
Okay.
So in the interest of time, you proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairperson, and other committee members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, and members of the viewing and listening audience. My name is Roger E. Merritt, Jr., Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I'm appearing before you today with the authority's executive leadership team consisting of Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director, Daryl Griffith, Chief Financial Officer, Alex Bruni, Wastewater Engineering Manager, Eloise Brown, Territorial Grant Administrator, Juanita Isles, Territorial Lead Grant Administrator, and Keith Smith, Technical Manager for Wastewater Operations, to provide testimony relevant to the status and future of landfills in the territory, assessment of the tipping fee implementation, status and future of residential and business solid waste collection, the status of the authority's operations, including hazardous pay, the status and future plans for recycling and source separation, and the status of wastewater collection and treatment for the territory. Before we begin this discussion, I would like to remind the community and members of the viewing and listening audience that when the Waste Management Authority was created in 2004 from the Department of Public Works, the authority was immediately responsible for the pre-existing U.S. Department of Justice solid waste and wastewater consent decrees. These consent decrees have imposed added costs beyond the normal operation of the agency, which have further increased the unfunded mandates for the agency. Nevertheless, we remain committed to our mission to provide solid waste and wastewater services for the territory in the most environmental and cost-effective way possible. Additionally, we must be honest and recognize that overseeing 2 infrastructures, solid waste and wastewater, doubles the cost for the agency to fulfill its mandates. So these services are very costly, especially when you consider the authority is tasked with maintaining a wastewater system that has outlived its useful life, and operating and maintaining two antiquated, unpermitted landfills, which should have been replaced with modern Subtitle D facilities with liners and leachate collection systems decades ago. But despite the formidable challenges the authority faced from its inception, we have nevertheless strived to bring both systems into compliance with all applicable local and federal laws. So with this foundation being presented, I would now like to begin to address the issues raised in the letter of invitation. So the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands has recommended an appropriation of $35 million from the general fund to the authority for fiscal year 2024. However, like I've mentioned before, the true cost for the authority to provide solid waste and wastewater collection, disposal, and treatment services is over $50 million annually. So technically, this means the general fund appropriation does not cover all the necessary costs, for example, personnel, machinery and equipment, emergency repairs and maintenance, et cetera, to effectively provide these critical services. So as a result, the authority continues to look for operational cost-saving measures throughout the territory. On solid waste, the authority manages the territory's solid waste collection, transportation, and disposal network. Municipal solid waste is collected from bin sites, convenience centers, public receptacles, and curbside locations, and then ultimately disposed of at the Bavoni and Anguilla landfills. Approximately 600 tons of waste per day is disposed of daily, and nearly 200,000 tons of waste is disposed of annually in the territory's landfills. The authority is working with our local and federal partners to receive funding to modernize our solid waste infrastructure. We're building Subtitle D landfills, new convenience centers, waste diversion, and source separation programs. For solid waste collection, currently the authority spends $1.8 million annually for garbage collection for 13,225 homes on St. Croix. We began collecting the town of Frederickstead on June 26, 2023, and plan on servicing the town of Christiansted during this fiscal year, which will save the authority an additional $1.8 million. The contracted pickup for the Concordia and Monbijou bin sites on St. Croix currently costs the authority $1,516,370 annually. The authority has purchased 5 2024 Kenworth roll-off trucks so that we can begin servicing those sites during this fiscal year too. And this will result in an annual savings of approximately $1.2 million. Federal grants for solid waste. Under the CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding, the Tranche 2 subrecipient grant agreement between the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and Waste Management has been executed. This grant provides funding for the implementation of designated projects outlined in the Tranche 2 action plan under the Housing and Urban Development Infrastructure Repair and Resiliency Program, directly tied to the damages related to Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The authority has submitted the applications for the convenience centers and landfill projects in the amount of $18,046,064 and $46,760,901 respectively, totaling $64,806,965. Now, the convenience centers project, the authority is preparing to eliminate the majority of the public unmanned bin sites by constructing and operating additional convenience centers throughout the territory, similar to the Mandel and Peters Rest convenience centers located on St. Thomas and St. Croix, respectively. These solid waste drop-off facilities will be customer-friendly and designed to ensure the protection of human health and the environment. These proposed sites will have multiple collection areas to segregate specific types of waste, which will allow the authority to implement a waste diversion program for the territory. And we'll be able to do recycling, construction. It will separate waste so that we can recycle. We can separate construction demolition waste, white goods, electronics, used oil, and scrap metal. On November 2nd, 2022, the authority was issued a notice to proceed for the following 5 out of 7 convenience centers under the CDBG DR Grant Tranche 2. This officially authorized the authority to use an engineering firm to complete the designs, the environmental assessments, the cost analysis, advertise the request for proposals, and receive bids to design and build the centers. The authority is prohibited from taking any action for construction activities until HFA has issued a notice to proceed specifically for those activities as outlined in the project agreements. Thus far, the authority has used engineering consultants to conduct the environmental assessments on all approved applications and has submitted them to HFA for review and approval. After the environmental assessments are completed, a report will be published and a public comment period will be conducted. The federal consistency determination pre-application meetings with DPNR required for the Waste Management Convenience Centers for St. Thomas was held on June 21st, 2023, and the St. Croix Federal Consistency Determination pre-application meeting was held on June 29, 2023. Waste Management has incorporated DPNR's comments, and the RFP for the St. Croix sites is currently being advertised. Waste Management is working with the Housing Authority on a lease agreement for the Bournefield site, which the authority needs to be eligible to receive funding for this site. HFA will grant the authority the notice to proceed based on the letter of commitment from the Housing Authority. And this application is in the final approval stage, and we expect to receive a decision soon. Also, the Susannaburg Transfer Station upgrade application is completed and is also in the final stages of approval by HFA. The landfill project included in the CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding are the Southeast Fill Project for the Anguilla Landfill on St. Croix and the partial phase closures, phases 1 through 6. The Southeast Fill area will increase airspace and give the authority additional time to select and build a new integrated solid waste management facility on St. Croix, slated in the CDBG Tranche 3 allocations. The proposed closure of the Anguilla landfill will comply with existing Department of Justice consent decrees. Waste Management is in the application stage of this project to receive the necessary funding and has complied with the request of HFA by receiving support letters from the Department of Justice, Port Authority, and DPNR. Waste Management is currently working with DPNR on all permits needed for these projects. Additionally, the authority is working with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to finalize the Anguilla landfill lease. The Port Authority and Waste Management attorneys are working together to update the lease, establishing Waste Management site control. This collaboration between Waste Management and the various local and federal agencies will ensure this project is completed by the grant expiration deadline of September 2026. CDBG DR Grant Tranche 3. The funding has been obligated in HFA's CDBG MIT action plan, and HFA is currently working on developing the grant application so Waste Management can apply for the funds. And this funding is earmarked for the following projects. The Bavoni Landfill Expansion Project, the design permits, assessments, site acquisition. The Bavoni Landfill Closure Project, design, environmental assessments, and survey. The Anguilla Landfill Closure Project, phases 7 and 8. The design, environmental assessments, and survey. The new integrated solid waste management facility on St. Croix. The design, permits, assessments. The new integrated solid waste management facility in St. Croix, and site acquisition. Waste Management will also incorporate a request for demolition grinders in the budget to HFA, and this would decrease the amount of non-hazardous solid waste construction and demolition material received from various Virgin Islands demolition projects. The proposal recommends the acquisition of 2 low-speed demolition grinders, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas, along with trained personnel and associated costs. Federal Emergency Management Agency Public Assistance Funds. The authority has continued to work with local and federal agencies to review damages and formulate projects, resulting in the obligation of 16 FEMA Category A and B solid waste projects to date. These projects total $16,095,847.05. 10 projects have been reimbursed, five fully reimbursed and 5 partially reimbursed. The total reimbursement to the authority thus far is $11,823,160.28. Currently, project worksheets amounting to $4,272,686.72 are being reviewed and are processed for reimbursement or payment to the authority. DPNR Solid Waste Grant, Waste Diversion Grant. DPNR was awarded the EPA Solid Waste Grant for waste diversion in fiscal year 2021 and has worked with the authority on the work plan. On July 18th, 2023, DPNR issued the notice to proceed for the waste diversion grant. We will work in concert with DPNR through this grant agreement to plan, design, and implement an integrated sustainable materials management program. This project will address the management of post-storm solid waste issues and develop a long-term sustainable materials program that addresses historic shortcomings and increases preparedness for managing waste materials from everyday life and future hurricanes or other natural disasters. The authority will develop waste diversion programs that focus on extending the life of useful materials on island and the permanent removal of several waste streams that currently end up in the territory's landfills. Through public education and outreach programs, convenient disposal, and legislation, we intend to implement long-term initiatives that will be geared towards making waste diversion part of the day-to-day function of all Virgin Islanders. This project will address the following: various materials that are imported and disposed in the territory, like for example, glass, metal, plastic, paper, and food waste. Develop plans to divert numerous materials through recycling back into use for the citizens of the USVI to build community resiliency. Prevent organic waste fires at the landfills. Conserve landfill airspace. Create new beneficial materials for local use. Greatly increase disaster debris response capacity. And provide modularity in systems to appropriately respond to storm debris. So task 1 for the Integrated Sustainable Materials Management Plan. This task is to develop and begin implementing an integrated sustainable material management plan that will be a comprehensive source reduction, source separation, recycling, composting, reuse, repair, and final disposal program. The reuse and repair portions will leverage private company resources to manage materials. Waste Management with its contractors will be the lead authors of this document. A new solid waste coordinator, staff engineer will be hired to work full-time, coordinating the ISMMP development and will report to the senior engineer. We are currently advertising the job descriptions for a sustainable materials coordinator who will be responsible for administering the territory's solid waste diversion recycling program. This includes planning, budgeting, procurement, implementation, coordination, promotion, inspection, data collection, and monitoring required to achieve program objectives, to comply with territorial and federal policies, rules, and regulations. A standard operating procedure for handling organics, beginning with source separation, will be developed in conjunction with this grant. Vegetative debris. The authority currently diverts and stores green waste in designated areas of the landfill in each district, and these stockpiles are a hazard for fires. The authority has been working with multiple agencies to extinguish a fire at the Bavoni vegetative debris area since September 14th, 2023. Funding from the DPNR EPA grant will most likely eliminate any future fires caused by organics because compost or fertilizer will be produced using a horizontal grinder and trauma screen from this material. The final product will be used for agricultural purposes or seeded and utilized for use on the landfill. An excavator, wheel loader, and service truck will be required in each district to aid in the operational process. We'll develop a standard operating procedure for handling these organics. The organics will be inspected for quality and stockpiled for processing. The next stage will be to shred the material. The organics will be run through the horizontal grinder. Then the material will be mixed using a wheel loader, then distributed into windrows with water added to increase the moisture content. Monitoring of the of the windrow contents for moisture and temperature will continue for approximately 6 to 8 months while it processes. The final product will be screened using the trauma screen and then relocated using a wheel loader and stockpiled in an area for pickup by end users. There are plans for Waste Management to acquire a gore cover system, which would accelerate the composting process from 6 to 8 months to 4 months to get a final product. This system is planned to be acquired from other funding sources and will also aid in storm debris management. Tipping fees. The implementation of the tipping fees has been a tremendous success for the authority thus far. It has given much needed funding to the authority to help bring the landfills into compliance and help pay outstanding debts. Below you'll find the tipping fee rate schedule. It goes up incrementally over the next 5 years. So in 2022, it was $2.50 per cubic yard. This year, 2023, it's $3.75 per cubic yard. Next January, it will go up to $5 per cubic yard. January 2025, it will be $6.25 per cubic yard. And then January 2026, it will be $7.50 per cubic yard. The implementation of the fees is one of the first steps the authority has taken to become a self-sufficient autonomous agency. And below you can see the actual tipping fees collected since the implementation of the program. And in fiscal year 2022, we collected approximately $1,290,639. In fiscal year 2023, actual up until the end of August, we collected $2,029,933. Wastewater. The authority's facilities collect, treat, and discharge nearly 4 million gallons of wastewater per day. St. Croix accounts for approximately 1.6 million gallons per day. St. Thomas accounts for approximately 2.1 million gallons per day. And St. John accounts for approximately 130,000 gallons per day. Our wastewater infrastructure in St. Croix consists of approximately 120 miles of sewer lines, 15 pump stations, 1,800 manholes, and 1 wastewater treatment plant. For the district of St. Thomas, St. John, there are approximately 300 miles of sewer lines, 15 pump stations, 2,500 manholes, and 7 wastewater treatment plants. Veolia operates the Harold A. Thompson and Pedro A. Francois wastewater treatment plants on the islands of St. Thomas and St. Croix, and the contract expires in 2027. The construction and operation of these wastewater treatment plants has brought the GVI and the authority close to fulfilling the 30-year consent decree. The authority started to identify staff in fiscal year 2022 and has hired a technical wastewater operations manager to help oversee operations at both plants upon expiration of the contract. This will potentially result in annual savings of nearly $4 million. And we would like to remind the community and members of the viewing and listening audience to keep fats, oils, and grease fogs out of the sewer system. Disposing of fogs down the drain or toilet or the toilet causes problems in the sewer lines. Any form of grease, when poured down the drain, mixes with fluid in the sewer lines and clings to the walls of the sewer pipes. This creates a blockage over time, which eventually causes overflows of untreated sewage into the environment or into your home. And these overflows are unpleasant and very expensive to clean up. So please wipe oily pans dry and dispose of small quantities of cooking oil into used closed containers and discard them into a trash can. Federal Grants Division, wastewater. For FEMA, FEMA continues to assist Waste Management with emergency repairs, maintenance upgrades, and permanent repairs to the wastewater collection and treatment infrastructure throughout the territory because of the major damages sustained after the 2017 hurricanes. Waste Management continues to repair and maintain our wastewater treatment plants, pump stations, and gravity sewer lines. St. Croix Wastewater, Waste Management submitted the Prudent Replacement Cost Estimate Part D in early May to FEMA. On June 1st, 2023, FEMA completed the cost estimate and provided a revised award of $1.25 billion On July 26, 2023, the authority, along with Wood O'Brien, conducted a joint peer review with FEMA to review the final aspects of prudent replacement. And based on this discussion, the prudent replacement revised costs will most likely increase beyond the $1.25 billion. This project is on track to be obligated before the end of the calendar year. And the Waste Management Authority has created an implementation plan and capacity assessment to formulate the strategic and staffing plan to complete the replacement of all the sewer lines and upgrade pump and lift stations on St. Croix. FEMA has provided $30 million in initial funding for the architectural and engineering allowance in advance of the fixed cost subawards, specifically for the preliminary A&E design for the replacement of the entire wastewater system on St. Croix. This project has provided the authority with a head start on the development of a request for proposal for a design contract, while also maintaining the ability to validate the ongoing scope of work that will be the basis of funding for the fixed cost offer. In essence, the advanced funding will provide the funding source for preliminary A&E support to develop a wastewater master plan and conceptual design of the St. Croix wastewater system. The Waste Management Authority has divided the St. Croix sewer system into 16 components: LBJ, Montbijou, Lagoon Street, Bay Road, Humbug 2, Humbug 1, Gallows Bay, Concordia, Campo Rico, Barron Spot, William Delight, Pearl Larson, Ricardo Richard, Old Barracks, Fig Tree, Anguilla, which doesn't include the wastewater treatment plant. The LBJ Sewer Shed Infrastructure Project has received 4 proposals. The authority completed oral interviews for LBJ and will award the project at the next scheduled board meeting. Currently, the Montbijou Sewer Shed is being advertised and will issue addendum 2 to the RFP based on feedback from the respondents, and that will extend the submission deadline. The engineering department is reviewing the Lagoon Street Sewer Shed and Bay Road Sewer Shed RFP comments provided by the Office of Disaster Recovery before advertising. St. Thomas St. John wastewater. The mapping of non-compliance event locations has been completed, and when the wastewater infrastructure inventory is complete, the package will be submitted to FEMA as supporting documentation for the prudent replacement request. The authority expects to have this completed and sent to FEMA by the end of this year. U.S. EPA Clean Water State Revolving Fund. The U.S. EPA, through the Department of Public Works and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, provides funding to the states and territory for the construction of public wastewater treatment projects. These projects, which constitute a significant contribution to the nation's water infrastructure, include sewage treatment plants, pumping stations, collection and intercept sewers, rehabilitation of sewage systems, and the control of combined sewer overflows. Waste Management has received funding for fiscal year 2015 through fiscal year 2022, totaling $34,287,162 for pump station upgrades, sewer lines repairs, wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and specialty equipment. The current Waste Management Clean Water State Revolving Fund major projects include the Christiansted Sewer System Rehabilitation. The Christiansted Town Wastewater Collection System in St. Croix is comprised of over 33,000 linear feet of sewer lines, ranging in size from 4 inches to 12 inches. These sewer lines primarily run along the route of the streets, where they collect and transport sewage via gravity from the businesses and homes to the Christiansted Interceptor, and ultimately to the LBJ pump station in Christiansted. This system requires rehabilitation and repair to certain sections to help extend the useful life of the system due to age and general wear and tear. This project will improve the water quality of the Christiansted Harbor. Marco St. Croix was awarded this $8 million project and started construction on May 15, 2023. And this project is forecasted to be completed by May 2025. Now, the Kraus Lagoon Rehabilitation Project. The Cross Lagoon Interceptor is a 24-inch and 30-inch diameter reinforced plastic material line that transports sewage from the LBJ force main and the surrounding areas to the Fig Tree pump station in Christiansted, St. Croix. The notice to proceed was issued to the contractor on July 18th, 2023, and this project will upgrade a portion of the sewer line and has an estimated budget of $5,418,972.90. Mangrove Lagoon Wastewater Treatment Plant. Engineering is preparing the scope of work and cost estimate for project submission to DPNR and EPA for their review and approval. This project will include the Mangrove Lagoon roof replacement and numerous system upgrades and replacements to the plant. The cost of this project is currently estimated at $6 million. The authority is currently preparing scopes of work for other EPA projects, and the authority is continuously working with DPNR, who is assisting us with funding that helps in the upgrades, maintenance, and rehabilitation of this wastewater treatment plant, along with others. American Rescue Plan Act. President Biden's rescue plan through the VI Office of Management and Budget provided funding under the Clean Water, Centralized Wastewater Collection and Conveyance. The Waste Management was approved $10,594,500 to support approved wastewater infrastructure projects for repairs and maintenance of the wastewater treatment system for the St. Thomas, St. John District. Harold G. Thompson Wastewater Treatment Plant was awarded $310,000. Dunu Road Sewer Infrastructure Rehabilitation Design was awarded $10 million. And George Simmons Wastewater Treatment Plant Replacement was awarded $284,500. And thus far, the authority has received 25% of this amount, equaling $2,648,625. And the authority is in the process of finalizing the scope of work for these projects. GERS hazardous duty pay. The authority continues to work with the GERS to determine eligibility for waste management employees as it relates to hazardous duty retirement status. As you may be aware, the VI code outlines specific criteria that must be met. For example, an eligible employee working with chlorine, sewage, or carcinogens, or a peace officer as defined in Title V, Section 3561. We have done our internal assessment based on the applicable definitions outlined in the code and have since submitted those employees' names who fit the GERS criteria for inclusion. The next step in the process is to estimate calculations to determine what this potential change would mean financially to both the employee and the authority. Factors that impact this process includes the employee's salary, years of service, age and bargaining unit. Preliminary information and guidance from the GERS demonstrates that the change may not be beneficial in all cases. Key accomplishments, we have created a dashboard which will provide real-time information for all wastewater facilities throughout the territory. The BioBot wastewater testing, we've been collaborating with Department of Health to continue providing COVID-19 data for the GVI by testing wastewater at 5 locations. And now the testing has expanded with Department of Health to include a respiratory panel, which is influenza, A and B, and RSV, and also a high-risk substance panel, nicotine, cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl. We've established a collaborative working relationship with the Department of Justice and other local and federal agencies. And as I mentioned earlier, the actual tipping fee revenue total since January 10th up until the end of August was $3.32 million. Challenges, while the authority has made great strides over the last year, significant challenges remaining include our aging facilities and infrastructure. Waste Management's wastewater infrastructure is over 50 years old, and most of the system has outlived its useful life almost about twice now. FEMA's approved prudent replacement for St. Croix and future approval for St. Thomas, St. John will help address this. unlined landfills, which will be replaced by modern Subtitle D facilities. But just keep in mind that while we're getting funding for the prudent replacement and also getting funding for the landfills, we still have to, while we're awaiting that funding to happen, we're still having to maintain compliance and operate the facilities. So that's why that's a major challenge for us. Lack of heavy equipment, so excavators, bulldozers, and compactors. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this testimony, insufficient budget appropriations to cover basic operational costs. The true annual costs to operate the authority are approximately $50 million. In summary, the goal of the authority and the executive team is to oversee solid waste and wastewater operations in a much more proactive, maintenance-based manner instead of being so reactive. However, we must have the appropriate funding available to support this vision. The grants and other available funding sources we discussed will and have assisted us with improvements. Additionally, we are taking the necessary steps toward the goal of self-sufficiency by charging solid waste tipping fees, and a plan for proposed wastewater fees for septic haulers, along with the residential solid waste fees, will be submitted this fiscal year so the authority can continue creating additional revenue streams. I close by sincerely thanking the authority's hardworking staff for their dedication and commitment, not only to their day-to-day jobs, but in supporting the future vision of the authority. I'd also like to thank the Brian Roach administration and the members of the 35th Legislature for their support as we continue to address the U.S. Virgin Islands issues, public health and safety issues related to solid waste and wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I remain available to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Merritt. Before we proceed, I want to recognize the president of Senator Carrion. He has been there for a while. Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator Carrion as present? Before we proceed, Director Merritt, I was informed that your two members are on Zoom, so they need. Can they introduce themselves? I guess they'll show up once they speak. So, can you recognize them and let them introduce themselves, please?
Yes, it's our two grant administrators, Juanita Isles and Eloise Brown, are joining via Zoom. So please introduce yourselves.
Hi, good morning. This is Juanita Isles, grant administrator.
Good morning, Ms. Isles.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator, Wastewater.
Good morning, Ms. Brown, and thank you. Director Merritt, I know that, and I recognize that, I said the landfill, but I apologize. It's the vegetated area at the end of the landfill that's on fire. I know that it has been on fire for some 21 days now.
Yes, since September 14th, so 20.
Correct.
Yeah.
And, we have the chair for education right here, my co-chair, and we know schools have been out, and the chairman are still at home. We have the chair for health, hospital, and human services, Senator Fonseca also, that's here in this committee, and I would appreciate for you to give us an update because it affects many areas in terms of our community and daily living, including health, education, and other areas. And I want to thank all of the other agencies and volunteers for actually assisting with dealing with a fire. So can you please speak to where we're at and what's being done in that space so the community can have a update of what's going on?
Yeah, so just to reiterate, the area that was on fire was the green waste area, so it was not the landfill. So it was vegetative debris, the green waste, yard waste, trimmings, tree limbs. So that was the area that was on fire. To date, the fire. Obviously, I want to let me thank all the different agencies as well. So, the fire department, Department of Health, Vatima, Human Health Services, National Guard. There's too many to name, but we every morning we have a call at 7 a.m. to discuss the ongoing activities for the day. Then at the end of the day at 4 o'clock, we have a call to discuss what we accomplished that day. The fire actually started on September 14th. As of today, the fire department has between the haulers and fire, we've used about nearly 2 million gallons of water to extinguish the fire. If you were to go out there today, there's really now it's more of an operation where that area has been soaked with that amount of water, and so now we're removing some of that waste and putting it on another side of the landfill. The police department, they have a drone that they use to take infrared shots of the area on a daily basis, and so they've been helping us out to make sure we can understand any of the hot spots that were in that area, so that fire could focus on those areas. And right now, there's I was there this morning at a little bit after 8, and there was no visible fires. There was one little area that had a little smoke. Fire was going to stay out there and make sure that they used any additional drone information to focus on any other areas. But that I guess that's a kind of a quick update.
Also, hopefully we can see school reopening in short order, and hopefully the folks in that area have some type of assurity that they can move forward without having those concerns in terms of the smoke, etc.
Yeah, so every day we have those 2 meetings, and so the incident commander he kind of briefs us every day, and so I know they're in the process of continuing to review things, and they'll be making announcements regarding when is the all clear, and when when they'll be ready to, because they'll go back and clean this, they'll go back and make sure that everything is safe and ready for school to begin again. And the GVI declared a state of emergency on September 18th for 30 days, and so we're still in that state of emergency.
Okay, very well. In your testimony, you spoke also to DPNR and EPA in terms of a grant that will eliminate future fires. How much is that grant, and when do you anticipate receiving that grant, or have you received it already?
We've received it. We got the notice to proceed, I think, last month.
How much was that grant for?
For $6 million.
$6 million?
Yes.
And what exactly what the I know not purpose, but exactly what can it be used for in particularly?
Well, so and I can, Ms. Isles, if you want to comment on the grant itself, then I can follow back up with and add some additional comments. But
please, and please mention your name before you speak.
This is Juanita, grant administrator. That grant is primarily a planning grant for waste management to divert any kind of waste streams going into the landfill that usually go into the landfill away from the landfill. And it, like we mentioned before in Mr. Merritt's testimony, it deals a lot with planning, and it has a component for equipment as well, for the landfill as well.
Yeah, and so from a diversion standpoint, right now the territory, or both of our landfills, we get about 25% of the waste that comes in there is green waste. So, as I mentioned in testimony, we divert that and have it in a designated area, both landfills. So at Anguilla, when you first come into landfill, there's an area right on the left that we have set up for that green waste. We actually shred it, and we've actually given it to, we shredded it and then sent some of it to the Department of Agriculture. At the Bavoni landfill, the area that we had the vegetative fire was right across from the when you come into the landfill, right across to the right of the scale house. So we're doing our, as far as waste diversion, that grant is going to allow us to, one, have really set up a standard operating procedure for this waste diversion, but also identify, as I mentioned in the testimony, the equipment that we can purchase so that on St. Croix, like I said, we have a shredder, but really what we need to take that to another step. So you shred it, you can compost it and make an actual product that can be used for agricultural purposes. When in one of my previous positions, we did something similar, and I mentioned the Gore system in my testimony. We actually did the exact same thing. We had that process. So you put the material in these things called windrows. So you have it like in a row. We put this cover over it and added air and water to it, and actually sped up the composition process and created a product that was really good. We actually sent that product to the White House, and they used it in the garden. So we're pretty proud of that. That was in Maryland. So we're looking to do something like that. So this grant is going to start facilitating the planning, the operating protocol, and the purchasing of equipment that will allow us to do something similar.
Oh, that was my next question in respect to the wheel loader and the service truck. So that's included.
Yes.
In the $6 million.
Yes.
Okay, very well. I'm gonna go to our first senator for their line of questioning. We're gonna do 5 minutes to start with. Senator Boulcrest, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning, Central staff. And of course, good morning to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority administrative team. It's no secret that this landfill fire, as we state, is a concern, not only for the senators of this body, but the overall overarching community. Now, I heard that the fire is in the green waste zone. Landfill gas is comprised of mostly CO2, which is carbon dioxide, and CH4, which is methane. And it's developed due to anaerobic decomposition or the lack of oxygen that takes place in a landfill. And then in the green waste zone or the compost piles, it decomposes aerobically, which is with oxygen producing mainly CO2. Now, that still doesn't change the fact that fires can happen. It doesn't change the fact that our landfills, or perhaps every landfill, is historically a fire-prone zone. Director Merritt, I've been trying to communicate with yourself as the director, the WAPA CEO, director of Fire EMS, and the Commissioner of Public Works, to get a quote to extend waterline extensions into all of the landfills of the territory, whereas we could have a proper source of water throughout the facility, so that in the event, because of these historic fire-prone zones, as I would like to call them, they happen, whether we like them or not, whether it's in the vehicle section, the green waste section, the landfill section, it doesn't matter. We know for a fact that fires will occur at some point in time, even if it's based on the environment, the heat, gases mix, chemicals mix, etc. So what I wanted to ask is the Waste Management Authority conducting regular inspections to monitor systems in place to detect what would be considered early signs of potential land fire situations, landfill site fire situations.
Yeah, okay, so good morning. So every quarter, so just to, I guess, let me comment. So As far as you mentioned methane, so we every quarter we have this thing called a sniffer drone, which actually we have a route that we go around the landfill to see if there's any methane gas that's being created at the landfill. So, and for the since I've been there the last 3 years, we've been doing that, and it's negligible. So there's not a methane gas issue there. Let me see. So, and let's keep in mind that the fire that occurred was in the green waste area, and I want to make sure we continue to reiterate that, because there was air monitoring that was conducted, or that has been conducted since September 14th, that showed that there was no impact to the community. So, and that's basically because it was a green waste fire. I know you mentioned the hydrant. I appreciate you for bringing that up, because we actually had a meeting with WAPA Fire Administrator Lewis yesterday, and WAPA's looking to help us put a fire hydrant at the scale house at Bavoni, so that we can have the additional fire hydrant there. We've also talked about some future fire suppression. So we're looking at potentially getting either water from the ocean, potentially getting some saltwater pumps and using ocean water, or using the effluent from the wastewater treatment plants, because both wastewater treatment plants are right by, you have Mangrove by Bavoni, and you have, you have Anguilla by the Anguilla wastewater treatment plant by the Anguilla landfill. So in the short term, fire hydrants, we're going to get fire hydrants. Long term, we're looking at future long-term fire suppression equipment, pumps, systems that we're going to put in place to help ensure that this doesn't happen again. Or if it does, we already have systems in place. Now, one more thing, landfill fires, that's not a normal occurrence. When I worked in the States, I only dealt with one landfill fire, and it wasn't the actual landfill on fire. It was a truck that came in that actually had a hot load in it, so the load was already on fire. So when we took that, we covered it real quick, and we made sure that wasn't an issue with the landfill. So what we're trying to do with our landfills here, I mean, one of the major issues, you mentioned oxygen. So we have to continue to uncover. That's why I got the alternate daily cover, so that we can start stopping oxygen from going into the landfills. That's one of the major issues. And so we're using a combination of the alternate daily cover along with some dirt and looking at different parts of the landfill to make sure that we cut off that oxygen. And that's another reason why we're using that sniffer drone as well. So not to get too technical, but that was a good question.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that answer. And I think it's very important for us to, if I may use the word, educate the general public, because no matter what we do in these situations with dealing with our waste, things mix, they combine, there's chemical reactions, we can't control the weather, and a number of things are bound to happen, and apparently land fires are just one of the things that just happen. Well, combustive wastes, I should say, is a situation that happens when chemicals mix, etc. I just want to be sure that we're doing everything within our power to be able to mitigate or at least deal with it from a proactive standpoint. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquez. Director Merritt, I know that when it comes to our landfill and per capita basis here in the territory, the national average when it comes to waste, I know you have spoken many times of how much waste we collect here for such a small territory. Is that a problem moving forward, and what can be done about that, especially when it comes to composting efforts, etc.? Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah. We got a while. I'm glad we're going to have this is going to be a good conversation. So the DPNR grant that we have, the $6 million, is going to help us with source separation, right? And so we're talking about the convenience centers. So we have that $18 million for convenience centers that we're going to build. So that, in conjunction with the grant, is going to allow us to start separating the waste stream. So you mentioned the national average, so we actually dispose of basically twice as much as the national average, and that's because we have no recycling here. So everything that comes in the territory, we just goes into landfill. So what's going to happen with these grants? It's going to allow us to start pulling that waste out and diverting it to where it, what we always say about landfills is that when you build a landfill, you want to make sure that you put, the only thing that should be put in there is stuff that cannot be repurposed, reused, recycled. So if you're the average, once you have a recycling program that has been in existence for a while and the community is educated, you can literally divert about 40% of your waste stream. So eventually, that's where we want to get to with this source separation with our program as we begin the implementation of it. So, from the waste management perspective, we're going to have to, we're going to ramp up our communications, our outreach, continue going into the schools, and make sure as we build these convenience centers and start our separation, we're going to have a full media blitz to discuss what that means and how the residents of the territory can help us in achieving this goal of, you think about it, 40% of the waste that doesn't go into landfill means that the landfills can last 40% longer, and that also means that the only thing that's actually going into a landfill is what cannot be reused. So.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that because, of course, we need an integrated management plan. And I believe that's going to be part of the plan you're speaking to. But as you know, I do have the source separation bill. And we're speaking to not only source separation, but composing, recycling, etc. So I look forward to having that discussion with you moving forward. Senator Maurice James. But before I go to you, did I recognize Senator Jevan James, Senior? Mm-hmm. Okay, very well. Thank you for being here, Senator. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay.
First round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone again. I didn't ask you that as if I needed another round, but and the reason for that is that I love to read. Mm-hmm. I love to read, and so when I've read a novel and I pick it up again, I know that I've read it already. And your testimony is almost exactly, line for line, what was said on September 7th, 2023. So I'm sitting here saying, I remember this paragraph, and I remember that paragraph. And what is an update? What's an updated report? So I'm troubled by that, because you hear the community crying out all the time for bring the departments in, bring them in. You need to get an update. You need to know what's going on. And I have an appreciation for the fact that it's difficult to bring you in September 7th and then October 3rd, and your testimony, I understand that won't change that much, right? However, things did happen. And so I was very happy that we brought you in, because the Bavoni landfill happened and the public wanted to know what was going on with that. But then those questions were asked by my previous colleagues. So I'm sitting here saying, okay, what question do I ask now? Because I was concerned about the things that they were concerned about. So I decided, well, the best thing for me to do at this point is to go through your testimony from September 7th and now October 3rd and see where you promised certain things and see whether or not they were delivered. That's the best that I can do today. Or just ask what updates has happened. For example, when you said September 7th, and this is October 3rd, and I guess I'm going to keep saying that you're working with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority on a lease agreement for the Bournefield site. Give me an update on that. What has happened with that?
Yeah.
Hi, good day. This is Daryl Griffith, the Chief Financial Officer. Hi, good day.
Mike.
This is Darrell Griffith, the Chief Financial Officer. The Housing Authority actually came to us and asked us to purchase the property instead of leasing it. We brought that to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and they agreed to finance the purchasing. So we are finalizing, putting together the purchasing documents, and we'll be purchasing that property from them.
Okay, that's good. So that line should have been changed then, correct? In that paragraph?
Yes.
It should have been, we're now working with them on a lease agreement, but we're actually purchasing the property. Okay, let me ask another question. I'm going to go through several things that just jumped out at me. You were advertising for a sustainable materials coordinator. So do we have that person on board now at this point?
This is Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer again. No, that advertisement just went out, so that advertisement is fresh on the block, so we do not have that person as of yet.
Okay, so hopefully the next time we'll have that person,
Yeah,
right?
as long as it's not next month that we're here.
Well, that's up to the chair. and well, you may, if the Bovonian landfill can, I mean, there may be a crisis, we don't know. Let me ask this too.
1 minute.
With respect to the Federal Grants Division wastewater, you had said that the St. Croix wastewater, this project is on track to be obligated before the end of fiscal year September 30th, 2023, but you changed that to the end of the calendar year. What happened with respect to that? Why was it changed now from September to December?
Darrell Griffith again, Chief Financial Officer.
30 seconds.
We actually had a meeting with FEMA last week, so that's really what changed. The meeting time with us and FEMA was stretched back more than we expected. So we met with them last week, and they went over all the new information that we gave them, and they're analyzing it and expected to come with a rate to us hopefully this month.
So I push it back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when I ask these questions, I'm asking them because as a senator, and I'm a new senator, and people ask
Time.
why it hasn't happened. This explains to them, and why the legislature doesn't have. May I conclude? Sorry, Mr. Chair. They then need to understand why things haven't happened. And I have one more question, if I may, Mr. Chair. You had said on September in September 3rd, whatever it was, September 10th, that the LBJ this one has to do with LBJ sewer shed infrastructure. You said you will award the project at the next scheduled board meeting. So there has not been a board meeting since we saw you last, which would have been, we saw you September 7th. So you haven't had a board meeting since September 7th?
No.
Okay, so that's why we will continue to say next board meeting, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Director Merritt, before I go to Senator Fonseca, let me ask you in respect to Bill number 32-0157, which became Act number 8018, and specifically Section 2, which states that the Department of Health, Agriculture, Planning and Natural Resources and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority shall implement a plan that includes the purchasing of necessary equipment with money from the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the composting and mulching of trees felled during Hurricanes Irma and Maria and other vegetation waste generated in the aftermath of the hurricane, and prepare a study on the economic and health impacts wood burning may cause. Now, this was supposed to be implemented based on the Act 1 year after the implementation of this Act, which was in 2017. Was that done in respect to the Act? And if not, why? And based on that answer, what is going to be done moving forward based on the Act? Do you have a copy of the Act, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Act.
Section 2.
Yeah. So I was here from November of 2016 to March of 2018. Then from March of 2018 to I've returned in August of 2020. So while I was here for those last couple of months, and so I guess from March of 2018 to the time that I returned, I would presume nothing happened. So what we're trying to do now is just make sure that we use the appropriate funding mechanisms, whether it's that EPA grant or FEMA grant or what grant, to make sure that we purchase this equipment going forward.
That was my question, because it did allow to use you to use FEMA funds to basically address this. So apparently it fell through the loop, but hopefully moving forward, it will be addressed, and I will stay on top of this. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and special welcome to the distinguished panel from the Waste Management Authority. Okay, I got so many questions here. Some of the questions I'm just going to need a yes or no. So if I ask you a yes or no question, please don't give me an explanation. Okay, so I was reading your testimony. You're operating 2 antiquated, unpermitted landfills, which should have been replaced with modern subtitle D facilities, you know. I don't have a PhD, but I could read a little bit. You know, we've been talking about the methane gas, the carbon dioxide, the oxygen, and all them chemicals, you know. I know in the night I see fire, and in the day I see smoke, and I know what that means. Now, you said that air testing has been conducted. Mr. Merritt, has air quality testing been conducted? That's a yes or no?
Yes.
What's the company that did that test?
I don't know the name because there was a test that was performed with
who can give me that name? Is anyone on your panel can give me the name of the company that's doing the air testing in the Bavoni landfill?
Well, DPNR did it in conjunction, I believe, with the National Guard.
Okay, you see, you just gave testimony that you conducted air quality testing, but you can't give me the name. Okay, let me go on. Subtitle D, I took a look at it, and it means solid waste that is not permitted for hazardous waste. So is it true that the Bavoni landfill is not permitted for hazardous waste?
Yes.
It's true. Okay. So let me ask you now about some particular items with the waste disposal. Is asbestos being disposed of over at the Bavoni landfill?
No.
Is lead-based paint being disposed of over at the Bavoni landfill?
No.
Is any old batteries being disposed of over at the Bavoni landfill?
No.
Is any used oil being disposed of at the Bavoni landfill?
It's being collected, and then we have a company that's going to come and ship it off island.
Okay. So the asbestos is being disposed of off island. Is the waste management authority involved with that disposal, or the person that has the asbestos is responsible for provide a location off-site? Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to go here to your PSC fees. There was a little dispute over your fees. Have you been current with the Public Service Commission fees, or you're behind? What's the status?
Good day, this is Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer. Nowhere behind in the public service fees, because we're disputing the fees because they're charging us on non-revenue fees, which is the appropriation we receive from the central government, and the law states that it should only be fees from which you create active revenue.
Okay, because I was looking at the year 2021, they were saying it was $326,897, but you're saying it's $27,556. So that's a real big difference.
Yeah,
You're over $300,000 and $27,000. Is that anywhere close to being rectified, that dispute?
1 minute.
No, no, it's not, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me ask another question. Okay, so I want to go to the scale. Is the scale at the Bovoni landfill working at this time?
No.
It's not. When do you plan to get the scale fixed so that you can know how much tonnage of landfill is being disposed over there at the dump?
So we currently don't plan on getting the scale repaired right now because
30 seconds.
when we did the tipping fee, we did it off of a cubic yardage basis. So when a truck comes in, they know exactly if they pick up a 20 cubic yard bin, a 30 cubic yard bin, or 40 cubic yard bin, it's easier for them to get to get a fee. Because if they were to pick up from, in our discussions in town hall meetings with the haulers.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that was just a yes or no question. Remember I told you, was the scale working? You say no. I don't want any explanation. I'm sorry to interrupt
Time.
you, but I gave you the instructions pretty clear. Mr. Chair, can I finish? Okay, one last thing that I want to get to here is I'm very interested in the idea that you just proposed with using the seawater to provide that capacity or the wastewater. So I'll ask through the chair if you can submit that in writing, because I think I can recommend and I can support you having additional water sources available to address the fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So what's your request?
Chair, Director Merritt discussed he is entertaining with WAPA and various agencies, and I know Fire has discussed it, of using the seawater to provide a capability to out fires, similar to when the helicopter came over and with the Bambi bucket, the 660-gallon bucket, and dumped the water. I'm interested in that proposal, so if he can provide details through the chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, very well. And Director Merritt, in respect to, I'll let you respond, but also in respect to the scale, in respect to the scale for the landfill, how long have the scale been inoperable?
Since I know at least since before 2016. So the reason why we did the tipping fee the way we did was initially we got the PSC, we got approval to use the scale on St. Croix, knowing that we didn't have a scale on St. Thomas. And so the haulers, in meeting with them, they said that if they were to go collect trash from someone, pick up trash from someone, they couldn't come back after they picked it up, after they've been weighed, to come back and say, well, the fee, the waste management fee is going to be $50 or whatever. So we said, let's do the cubic yardage thing. So then if they drop a 20-yard bin and we say it's $2.50, then when they drop that bin off to you, you know exactly what you need to pay prior to them picking up your trash. So that's why we went to the cubic yardage based system. Now, as far as scales and knowing what your tonnage is, what we do every year, we do an aerial flyover of the landfill year over year, so we know exactly how many tons have been put in by that, using that picture and comparing it from the year before, so we can tell how much tonnage. I mean, the scale is nice and it's good for us it will be good for us to have, but we're still able to understand how much trash is being put in both landfills by the aerial. And let me address one more thing. I said that air testing had been performed. I did not say Waste Management did it. It's been through DPNR and the National Guard. So just want to make sure if I misspoke or miscommunicated that, just want to make sure I corrected that.
Thank you for the clarification. And before I go to Senator Bolquist for his point of information, so you're basically saying you really don't need a scale because it's going based on volume?
Correct. That's what the tipping fee was. That's how it was approved, as a volume-based methodology.
Correct. Very well. Senator Bolquist, you recognize for your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information stems from my previous colleague from Bovoni, who mentioned the wastewater. In the testimony, Director Merritt, you mentioned that your contract with Veolia, the wastewater treatment plant, will expire in 2027. Are there additional details on the transition of that? Is Waste Management going to take over the plant, or are you going to renew your contract for wastewater treatment plants?
Well, we are constantly here over the last 2 years. We've hired additional staff, like Mr. Smith, and we have another staff member, Mr. Peterson. So we're trying to hire more staff that can help us oversee the plant. Now, in 2027, the thought will be if we have enough staff, whether it's on the professional side and also on the actual technician side, that we may be able to take it over. And that's kind of where we're going towards. But if we can't, then we would just work out something with Veolia and maybe something where we have staffed it more. And so I think in 2027, the actual cost of that contract is going to go down significantly, whether it's us taking over operations completely or some kind of a hybrid where we have them still kind of supporting us, but we have it staffed more with waste management personnel.
Okay, very well. And basically, if you were to take over, that wouldn't have an additional price tag.
No. So yeah. So they currently charge us about $4 million a year. So we would save. So as we do more stuff with our staff, that the cost of that's going to go down.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquet. And in respect to the contract, and you did mention in your testimony you can save up to $4 million a year. In terms of capacity and training and expertise, where are we at with that in terms of your employees? And can you speak to that in respect to those that's on board right now? Assuring that we have the same expertise in terms and experience in terms of fulfilling the mandate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can say that we here over the last not even the last year or so, maybe the last 9 months or so, we've hired some more technical, from a technical expertise standpoint, we've hired more people. Mr. Smith is, I mentioned in the testimony, and I let him speak on that for a minute, but I mentioned in the testimony that we're creating a dashboard to kind of have an understanding of all the wastewater facilities here, and Mr. Smith is the author, the creator, the person. So let me let him speak on that.
Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, please put your name on the record and speak to us.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Keith Smith, Technical Manager of Wastewater Operations. Can you hear me? Yes. Let me introduce myself first. My background, I have about 32 years of experience in the built and the industrial industry. 26 years of that is in water and wastewater. My disciplines are in MEP, which is mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and reliability, which is reliability engineering. Now, reliability engineering, today's environment, in terms of operational maintenance of wastewater and utilities in general, people move away from operational maintenance, and successful companies move on towards reliability. So my plan is to introduce with my colleagues a reliability solution for the operation and maintenance of the wastewater infrastructure. It includes basically 4 principles. First principle is definitely the assessment. Second principle is the plan. The third principle is to implement. And the fourth principle is to look back and make things better. For this to work, we have to all be stakeholders, be on the same page. So we introduced the Smart Sheet program, which of course is an actual plan, a live plan. Usually when you bring in a consultant to optimize you, the consultant will give you a big tick ledger of what you need to do, and that usually sits on a shelf and gets dust. This plan is a live plan, which is online for stakeholders, and it actually has a dashboard, so you can see exactly where you are every single day. So every day, our stakeholders can look at the dashboard and see where we are in terms of our life plan. And this plan includes optimizing our staff, building resiliency. It optimizes the infrastructure in terms of our wastewater treatment plants, our collection system, the pump stations, and even our personnel, which include training and empowering our staff.
Very well, Mr. Smith. How long have you been on board?
This is actually my 4th week.
Oh, wow. Well, welcome aboard, and great hire, Mr. Merritt. Whoever did the hiring, great hire. Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director Merrick, you came in 17.
I actually was in November 2016.
You came 16, but you were put in 17. Because I remember voting for you. You came before the Senate to be voted in.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't? Okay.
No, I came before the Senate, I think that February or March to.
17.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Basically, for me, when my colleagues see a cut and paste from 1 month to the next, I a lot of times see a cut and paste from time you were before to now. So it's the things that I need to see taking place. We live here, you live here. The people don't see what they need to see in waste management. We see the island dirty. We see the dump on fire. It doesn't make a difference what side, what caused it. But when you take that you mentioned $35 million that the Senate gave you, and it takes at least $50 million. Okay, we gave you 35. How much have you generated? 3.2 last year. You said you generated 3.2. How do we bridge that gap for the 15 million on your end? What have you done to do that? I need to hear that. I need to see it.
Well, I'm glad
glad
you asked that question. So when I came here back in 2020, my first time testifying, I said that actual number was $60 million. So from that testimony 3 years ago to now, it's 50. We have through cost savings, we've saved over $10 million. So technically, it's been about $15 million if you include the revenue that we made from the tipping fee. But what we've done on this is just real quick on St. John, we looked at our operations. We actually pick up some of the trash ourselves on St. John. We changed contractors that saved money, saved about $1.5 million. On St. Thomas, we pick up Nodder, Belongo, Brookman, Thomasville. We do that in-house as opposed to using a contractor now. That saved us about, I don't know, maybe $1 million, $1.5 million. On St. Croix now, we've taken over Frederickstead, so now that's about $1.8 million that we saved. So we continue to look at ways. I mean, that's why whenever I come in front of the Senate and ask about potentially increasing our appropriation, I'm also saying what we're doing on our part, because we can't say that or ask for additional appropriations and just sit on our hands and not do anything. So we're taking an active part and trying to figure out ways to bridge that gap. So like I said, if you go back to my testimony 3 years ago, you'll see that that number has changed significantly.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Then that's what my new colleagues need to hear. Where you've cut down from the 60 to get it to 50. That's what. And then you mentioned about St. John. I wanted to ask about the St. John haulers that are owed monies, because in your testimony, I listened for waste haulers, 17 pages. I only saw septis hauler. Out of that $50 million, how much money is owed to waste haulers? Or do you need, or is it even factored into that 50?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want to.
I need to know how much money is owed to waste haulers presently.
Currently, we owe about $14 million to waste haulers. We have a $4 million appropriation that we're supposed to get that'll drop that down to 11, and then
10.
Well, 10, and then that's what we'll owe to the haulers, $10 million.
St. John waste hauler came before me in regards to a situation. Is one, there are St. Croix waste haulers, there are St. Thomas waste haulers. How would that $4 million right now
30 seconds
be disseminated for those waste haulers?
And Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the St. John waste hauler we're in an active dispute with right now. So that one is going through the dispute channels.
Okay.
The St. Croix, one of the haulers will be completely paid off, and we're looking forward to that day. So we'll have 2 haulers left for the St. Croix, St. Thomas area, and each of them will receive $1 million from that, and the one that will be paid off will receive 2.
Okay, good. And,
Time.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, for me, now you mentioned about when you were here before, your GERS you had hazardous employees, chlorine, sewage, carcinogens. How many employees you have identified as hazardous duty employees presently that one have retired and two are presently still active in waste management?
I don't have that number. I can get you that number.
Okay, if you can. So since you didn't have that one, just to close, Mr. Chair, you said it was the green section area of the dump that caught on fire. It's obviously where you are directing, or your staff is directing persons to drop that green waste. What can be done different once we clear this fire and get it done? What needs to be done different from your employees that you have on the dump directing where that refuse should be dumped? What needs to be done differently, and what would be the cost of it? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. You may answer that question.
What we're doing right now is, as I mentioned when I think Senator Bolkes asked a question about, he was discussing oxygen going into landfill. Somewhat similar in the green waste area. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover a lot of that green waste so we can stop oxygen from going in there. That's short term. Long term, that the whole Bavoni area, we've been looking at that area and seeing if we could potentially purchase some additional or acquire additional property. If you go to Anguilla, there's an area that's to the left of the landfill that's it's a pretty big space, and so we're able to have our green waste go there and actually do more because it's a bigger area. So we're looking to see if we can potentially get some additional property there at Bavoni.
Please recognize Senator DeGraff, Mike.
Yes, just a response. Mud, dirt and water is your best suppression. That is going to cost you nothing. Mud. Phosphorus, burning, you put mud in it, it works. I know that from the military. Mud, cheapest, you don't have to pay for it. Dirt and water smothers all oxygen out. So go keep that in mind. Layers of dirt and water, mud, and these things. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I want to go back to Mr. Griffith and Mr. Merritt. The $4 million that we appropriated until extended during the budget cycle, we all met. We spoke to the $4 million for haulers, but we spoke specifically to the hauler in St. John. That's why we went ahead and did what we did. We understand and we know that you said you are in dispute or what have you. That hauler, the only hauler, never received a penny since he did the work. And we made it clear. We made it crystal clear that we are going to get that money and gave the hauler some of those funds because he did the industry and he did the work. You can still have your dispute moving forward, but we need to pay that hauler some of those funds. That's why we went after those funds for that hauler in particular. So please, we're going to have a discussion after this hearing because it ain't going to happen. We must do something. This is our people, man. He did the work. There is no way you're not going to pay that hauler. That ain't going to happen. That's wrong. That is wrong. He did the work. Yes, you're in this dispute. You have to pay him the whole amount, but he needs to get something. He have not received a penny. He needs to be paid something. And that's why we did what we do. We all met. We met and we spoke about it, and we did what we said we would do. Have the money available until expended. So please, we're going to have a further discussion in respect to that particular issue. Senator Capehart, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say good afternoon to my colleagues, to the listening and viewing audience, and to the waste management team that's before us today. I'm not in this committee, but guys, I've worked for a department for 15 years protecting air, land, and water. And one question I'm going to start with, Mr. Merritt, because you've come before us, this body, and the same testimony you provided the last time we were here, like my colleague says, Sheeta Reed, by the time you read it, I knew this was the testimony you brought before us the last time you were here. And I mentioned about the dump that we have in our territories. You want to call them landfill? I'm gonna call them a dump, because I know what I know. So first question is there a difference between a dump and a landfill? Mr. Merritt.
So a landfill, subtitle D landfill has a liner
You have to give me the definition. I just asked you a question. Is there a difference between a dump and a landfill? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Because I know a dump is not a landfill, and there's a difference between. Dumps were not constructed here in the territories with groundwater and surface water protection. Back then, we put dumps in our areas to hide materials in the Bavoni and the airport area, not thinking about long-term environmental impacts with FAA regulations, health impacts. But now, we're starting to see the impacts. And this problem ain't just started yesterday. And I'm tired of every time in this territory, we only react to when there's a problem. Waste management, you're only reacting again because our dumps are on fire. Landfills are now built to address environmental concerns and public health. Landfill has controls to reduce air pollution, to monitor gas and water quality. I know the difference. So stop coming before us and telling us about a landfill. Tell us how you are going to get these dumps from dumps into landfills. To be a landfill. Mr. Merritt, I'm sorry, I don't tell people, I don't get passionate when it comes to protecting our air, land, and water, but most importantly, our people that have to breathe that air. I'm gonna ask that question. Is there plastic liners? Are there leach aid ponds? Are there leach aid control pipes? Are there gas chambers in your so-called landfills right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you're telling me there are plastic liners. You're telling me you have collection pipes for your, what you call them, big cell, small cell? No, guys, me not engineer. But I worked at DPNR for 15 years, and I sure made it my business to understand. So, Mr. Merritt, with that $6 million that you have, can we start to get into compliance
1 minute.
to have a landfill?
So we don't have plastic liners. We have a leachate. We've actually put in a system, a leachate collection system at both landfills based off of the landfill itself, how it was set up. We've also put in groundwater monitoring wells at Anguilla. We're looking at the groundwater monitoring system at Bavoni to figure out next steps. We also do quarterly surface scans at both landfills for methane. So we are actually transitioning the landfills from quote unquote dumps to landfills. Now with the grant money that we're going to get here when we're looking at building a new facility for St. Croix, that facility would have a liner and leachate collection system. Also at Anguilla, the area that we're talking about, the Southeast Fill area, will be built with a liner and leachate collection system. For Bavoni, when we're looking at potentially expanding Bavoni, that area will be built with the liner and leachate collection system. So we are transitioning these dumps to landfills. The reason why I call them landfills is because we are putting in the environmental monitoring control systems as if they are landfills, even though we do know that they don't have certain systems in place, but we still are monitoring them. And that's why when in my testimony, I mentioned trying to be more proactive instead of reactive. We put in those systems without even having to do that because my background, I am a former regulator, so that is compliance and protection of human health and safety is how I learned to work in this industry. So I'm going to always do that.
Can you give me some timelines, Mr. Merritt, because throughout your whole testimony, you talk about, you know, your landfill project, your grant projects. You talk about a lot of things, but I want to hear timeline because this is important. What we do with our waste is important. How we monitor our waste is important. And I'm telling you, it seems like you guys only react to when things are on fire. You need to put more urgency because this is impacting people's health. And I think you need to prioritize. I commend the men and women who work at Waste Management. I commend your employees. But you guys need to start putting some serious wheels on protecting the air quality, especially for the people at Bovoni. They smelling this every day. And of course, Anguilla, you probably have a better control because FAA ain't playing. So I'm talking about improving the air quality for the people of St. Thomas, particularly who feeling that serious impact at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, as I'm going to...
Thank you so much, Senator Capehart. You may respond.
Okay, as I mentioned, we put in a groundwater monitoring. We put in 6 groundwater monitoring wells around Anguilla. I think in June of this year, June or May of this year, we've monitored those. You got to monitor them every quarter. So we've already done a monitoring event there. I mentioned we do the quarterly surface scans at both landfills. I mentioned we put in a leachate collection system at both landfills. So we are not being reactive, we're being proactive. Now there's the green waste fire obviously was an unfortunate event, but we've been discussing trying to get additional funding to do projects going forward. I mean, I mentioned in our testimony, September 26th with the CDBG-DR, we have to have those projects completed, which is the Southeast Fill area and the closures phases 1 through 6 for Anguilla. So that has to happen between now and 2026. So in the next 3 years, you're going to see that. But we're continuously looking at ways to be proactive because you're right. I think in the past there's been a lot of more of a reaction to things as opposed to being more proactive. I mean, but you know, at the end of the day, that also there's funding that's associated with that. We're getting federal money now, but when I say that our true cost for operations is $50 million and we're getting $35 million from the legislature, those are some of the things that happen when you don't have the additional funding. We need additional funding in order to continue to be more proactive and not be reactive. So that's why I mentioned in our last testimony in front of the finance that we need additional money so that we can continue to operate all of our facilities, whether it's solid waste or wastewater, in compliance. I mean, we're dealing with older systems. We're dealing with, you know, when you got to maintain those older systems, and there's funding associated with that. And we're not even talking about the emergency repairs that happen at both on the wastewater side and an emergency like we've just encountered at the green waste section at the Bovoni landfill.
Thank you so much, Director Merritt. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to everyone on this day. Director Merritt, I must address, of course, some of my colleagues mentioned it, but I must address the concerns by several locally owned businesses that provide essential services to Waste Management Authority, especially in the aftermath of 2017 storms. And many of these businesses have contacted me, my office, expressing their frustration regarding to the delay in the payment for their services. So I would greatly appreciate your insight, sharing with us what are the challenges that have contributed to this prolonged delay in this disbursing the funds to these businesses. Can you provide an update on the current status of this process?
Act 8647. Good day, Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer. Act 8647 allocated $15 million to waste management for past due debts, but we just received the last we didn't receive the funds yet. The last $4 million was obligated to us by OMB, and that was sent to the Department of Finance, but we have yet to receive the funds. So even though the obligation occurs through the Senate, the receiving of the funds from waste management is far from immediate. The entire fiscal year has gone by, and we still are short $4 million, and we've contacted Finance, and they're working to get those funds to us, but we have not received it as of yet to make those outstanding payments.
And Senator, I think also, so that was on the, I guess that's more on the operational side for us, but I think what you're referring to is the FEMA side project worksheets. Ms. Isles, I don't know if you want to discuss that, but I mean the process we get projects that are obligated. We get invoices. We submit that to our federal partners, and then they basically pay us. We reimburse the contractor. But Ms. Isles, do you have any comments on that process and some of the issues associated with why it's taking a little bit longer than usual to pay some of these vendors?
Yes. In regards to the some of the outstanding payments for the storms, a lot of, like for instance, one contractor, we put in all of the documentation to FEMA for that contractor to get reimbursed. However, FEMA rejected it. And it had to do with the methodology, language that they didn't accept in the contract. So we had to put that through a appeals process. That's going through the appeals process right now. Some other instances would be, for instance, the contractors put in invoices and different things like that, but around the time of the storm, some things got misplaced. And in order to build the PWs, you have to have like the justification letters and different things like that. So it's a building process for FEMA to accept all of the documentation and then paid. Most of them are paid out. We have about, I would say about 75% of what we put in, we got back, but it's just the last few pieces of it that we're working on to ensure that those contractors.
And approximately, what's the amount that it's outstanding?
I would say about $4 million under the solid waste side, but it's just getting the last set of documentation and building the story for FEMA to accept.
Gotcha. Very well. With regards to the residential solid waste collection, I know you had some challenges last time you were here, and members of our community cried out because of some of the issues. Have those challenges been resolved, Director Merritt?
Yes, those challenges have been resolved.
So now the collection is being done on a timely basis, and we're not having that delay that we had before?
Yes.
Okay. Regards to the hazard pay for your workers, has that been implemented for those that qualify for it?
We've, as I mentioned in testimony, we've been talking to GERS about that. The last thing they asked me to do was identify our employees they needed Waste Management to identify who were the hazardous waste employees for the authority. We did that. They sent us some information. I'm not, as far as the employees who've recently retired, I'm not sure. I think they're getting hazardous, but don't quote me. I can find out some more information for you there. But we've been doing our part to work with GERS to identify those employees and make sure whether they're tier 1 or tier 2 to make sure that they are have been identified by Waste Management as employees that are deemed to be hazardous waste employees.
And so please provide that information so we could be up to date with what's going on with regards to that. Also, can you kindly provide further details about the extent of recycling initiatives that you're proposing you mentioned in testimony. So additionally, if there's any particular strategies to focus on maximizing the economic benefits of recycling, I'll be interested in learn what your plan is.
Well, I think the plan is we finally have funding now, so we're going to have that plan. So we talked about hiring the sustainable materials coordinator. We talked about the actual putting in a standard operating procedure for how we're going to receive waste. I mean, with the new convenience centers, we'll have separate bins for separate materials. So if you're bringing paper, plastic, cardboard, we'll have bins associated with that waste stream so that it's not mixed and it all doesn't go into landfill. That's kind of like a high level, but we'll have this materials coordinator help coordinate all that. Coordinate all the different waste streams and then see see if we can find end users here in the territory, and if not, we'd have to ship some of that stuff out third party. With the whole thought process is to make sure that we're reducing waste that shouldn't be going into the landfill, reducing or diverting waste that shouldn't be going to the landfill to go somewhere that it can be reused or repurposed.
Then lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may, just closing, in regards to your pump station, I attended to one of the schools for Hispanic Heritage Month, and one of the questions that was arised by one of the attendees students there was particularly in regards to Catherine's Rest area and the odor smell that emanates from that area as you go into Catherine's Rest. And like that, we have other areas. What is the authority doing to mitigate that? And is it a pump station issue that not having the right flow? Because for years, that area just stinks. The same thing when you're going down the highway through Harvey area. So you have different sections that you have the situation with this order.
Hello, Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager. Couple of things. On the Kraus Lagoon side, we have a current project where we are currently cleaning that system in the process to line that section of pipe. Part of the scope of work is to clean, camera, and to rehab or rebuild the manholes. What the contractor have done recently is to recover the manholes in an attempt to eliminate the odor that has been emitted in the area. On a larger scale, as part of this print replacement, what we're doing is doing an entire hydraulic study of the system on St. Croix that would allow us to hopefully eliminate a lot of those gases that has been emitting for years. So it's not about just putting back the system as it is. We're doing a complete redesign of the system, and if it needs to be, we'll be relocating portion of the system to try to improve on the system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me see.
And let me add something too.
Thank you, Senator Carrion.
And just keep in mind that once again, we talked about the system itself outliving its useful life. So over 50 years old, and prudent replacement is going to be, for St. Croix and in the future for St. Thomas St. John is going to be great. But in the meantime, while we're replacing the system, we still have to maintain it and operate it. So that goes back again to funding. And if we're trying to be proactive and deal with issues with the system, we need your help. We need help. Now, like I said, we have some other federal funding that we can use, but any additional funding that the legislature can provide us or allocate us, appropriate to us, would be greatly appreciated, because whether it's on the solid waste side or on the wastewater side, we have to operate these systems to be in compliance. That's something that we have to do.
Okay, very well. Before I go to Senator Javon James, let me ask you quickly in respect to hazardous employee, and you spoke to GRS. Doesn't your Human Resources Department play the main role in that respect?
Yeah, she couldn't be here. She has due to a family emergency, she could not be here to speak. But yeah, she's been very involved in working with GRS and getting the information that they've requested from us. So,
because that's very important, because some folks are on the front line every day, but there are others who spend a certain amount of years actually going in those spaces doing their work also. So who, what, when, and why, we need to really find out and come to a conclusion when it comes to that, because there are some issues in regards to that.
Yeah, if you could help facilitate a meeting between us and GRS, that would be appreciated.
Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is about the GRS. There's a sentence at the end of that section where you say preliminary information and guidance from the GRS demonstrate that the change may not be beneficial in all cases. Are you talking with respect to that I'm more concerned about the employees. Are you saying that they will be adversely impacted and it won't be beneficial to them to be classified as hazardous duty workers? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, all right, and like I said, our HR person isn't here. There's a couple instances where they looked at if the employee retired at a certain amount of time and they had the hazardous pay, and it may or may not be beneficial to them to retire in a certain year. If something to that effect, but I don't want to speak for our HR person, but I remember that conversation, and they were looking at it from an employee by employee basis to see what's in their best interest.
So, so it means that I can opt to be considered a hazardous duty pay worker or not? Is that what this is? Well, I'm going to ask through the chair for you to provide more information for me so that I can understand exactly what that sentence means. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Mr. Sylvester? Please recognize the mic of Mr. Sylvester.
Yes, good afternoon, Louis Sylvester, Deputy Executive Director. On the same issue that was just mentioned, if an employee is considered hazardous duty, the GRS rate is much higher than the normal rate. And an employee who has, let's say, 26 years, if he wants to retire early on a hazardous duty, GRS is going to require him to go back and pay from the beginning as if he was a hazardous duty employee. So for that employee, it may just be better for him to continue and retire within a normal non-hazardous duty rate than to go on a hazardous duty. So that's some of the calculations that go in to decide whether I should opt for a hazardous duty and early retirement or just do a normal retirement rate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, very well. I believe it not only in that case, then I understand what you're saying, but it's also the employer from both sides.
True.
So we can have a further discussion in that respect. Senator Javon James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I would like to take this time to say my sincere condolences to the family and friends of former Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen. And I just want to say to the family and friends that I know it's a sad moment, but we are very thankful for her service and what she has done for these Virgin Islands, and may her name continue to live on. As far as the agenda here today, my question to you, Director, as far as Hurricanes Irma Maria, were you able to handle all the obligations to the vendors for those who provided services to waste management during those times?
Hi, good day. Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer. As we discussed earlier, no, we have not. We still owe approximately, after the last payments will be made, about $11 million to vendors from the hurricanes that we will need assistance from the legislature for additional funding.
And I'm assuming that you also had a conversation with Governor Albert Bryan Jr. before the budget came down?
Yes, we did.
And what was the response?
Well, the response we would have to get from the legislature, because you guys are the ones who appropriated, I think, the last $15 million to us, and we're coming back again to end it with the last $11 million due. So I think from the last meeting we had last month, it was said that you would appropriate, I think, $7 million and $7 million to total everything, but you would have to tell us if that's what is indeed going to happen. This occurred in September.
Thank you for placing that on the record, because as you speak about $11 million, I'm only aware of the United Resources versus VI Waste Management Authority. But the senators, we get all the blame because we appropriate the funds, but I'm hoping and praying that you do your due diligence to sit down with the finance chair. And I guess from there she will speak to the members of the Committee on Finance to deal with that issue, because as you were talking, I see you guys were smiling. If anybody had owed me that kind of money, I would have been upset. My question though, as far as workforce development, I know we're now entering into the FY 2024 budget. As far as individuals with wastewater, and Raja Merit, Mr. Director Merit, you know, recently I reached out to you, and I'm not just speaking I'm not just speaking on behalf of this one individual that I sent the email for, but you know, Hovensa had a lot of individuals who were trained at the wastewater treatment plant. Have you been able to attract those individuals? Have you received any applications from those individuals to assist you and to fill those vacancies and move the authority forward?
Our HR person isn't here, but I believe we have received some applications, and we have been looking to continue to hire more O&M technicians and more staff to help out our wastewater team.
You can't get any better than Hovensa. You cannot get any better than Hovensa. And you're speaking from an individual who went through that program. And you know, during my conversation, I told you I'm a trained basic operator, and I'm also a trained wastewater operator. You can't get better than Hovensa. Find out those individuals, because I know a lot of those guys who I work with, they're telling me they don't have any work. But I understand some people want good pay, but at this point with the economy, they're willing to work. And you have people who are more qualified, and there's no disrespect to anybody who is there. We need to hire our local people.
Yeah, I know we have one of our managers over on St. Croix. He used to work at Hovensa as well, and so he's been looking at trying to get more staff from Hovensa. So yeah, we're definitely looking at that.
I could name at least 5 individuals I work with who are looking for employment right now, and anytime they see me, they tell me they're looking up. But I will have that conversation with you. And Mr. Chair, if I could ask one more question.
Very well.
As the chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, I've been in dialogue with Commissioner nominee Dr. Lewis Peterson regarding utilizing the millions of gallons of water going into the ocean on a daily basis. Have you ever had any conversation with the Commissioner of Agriculture to utilize those water resources specifically for the island of St. Croix so the farmers can be able to use the water? Of course, it has to be treated on another level in which I'm aware of. But have you had that conversation, or is that something you can see yourself committing to?
Good afternoon, Deputy Executive Director Louis Sylvester. We actually met with Commissioner nominee Dr. Akil Peterson down in Bordeaux. Because the
I want to hear about Bordeaux. I want to hear about St. Croix.
Well, but we only met and we dealt with Bordeaux. The discussion wasn't about St. Croix.
And that's disrespectful to my question. I asked you, have you had opportunity to meet with him about St. Croix, or is that something you can commit to and you're here telling me about Bordeaux?
Well,
that's disrespectful.
It's not meant to be disrespectful. The conversation
But answer the
began.
question.
The conversation began with Bordeaux, but eventually we would move over to St. Croix also. So it was going to be kind of a proof of concept. Can we make this work in St. Thomas, and then eventually move to St. Croix?
My constituents are listening, and it's no disrespect. I love my sister island, St. Thomas. So let's not get it twisted. But when I asked about a St. Croix district issue, answer accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for your line of questioning. Let me ask Director Bennett in respect to your testimony, and I'm pleased that you stated that Waste Management Authority is carrying out garbage collection to over 1,300 homes in St. Croix. And I'm pleased to hear that. But my question is St. Thomas St. John District, and I've been complaining about that for years in respect to, we have the outskirt areas where many individuals do not have transportation. So what discussion are you having in terms of this district? And in addition to that, what's the savings in terms of house to house? Can you speak to that, please?
Well, in the St. Thomas district, we're doing about 3,000 homes. We're looking to potentially buy some more. I mean, the thing about the authority is that we're looking from a introspective, looking at more of what we can do from an in-house perspective, whether that's taking over some areas that we are comfortable doing, on whether it's on the bin site side or on the house-to-house side. St. Thomas is a little unique in the sense that we have to look at having some smaller rear loader trucks to get into some of these areas. So that's something that we're constantly looking at.
And I stand correct. I did say 1,300 to 13,000.
It's of that 13,000. So we're doing half of it right now. We're about to take over the other half of it.
Okay, and in respect to the smaller railroad cloth trucks, can you please submit a price quote so we can see what that looks like for this district? That's much appreciated, okay?
$280,000.
Each truck?
Yeah.
280?
Yeah.
How many do you need? How many do you think is sufficient to be effective?
At minimum of 3, but I'll get back with you on and what we would do with those trucks. I'll get back with you on that.
Okay, very well. And lastly, in respect to St. Croix, I know the wastewater system is on point. The St. Thomas St. John district, in terms of prudent replacement and the cost. Can you speak to that? And also, I know it was said in terms of FEMA and the funds, the matching funds. What challenges or what challenge do you foresee in that respect in terms of many of the capital projects that you have under your tutelage? Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah. So I mentioned in my testimony that right now the award was revised to $1.25 billion for St. Croix, and CFO Griffin mentioned that we had a recent meeting with FEMA, so that number is going to get increased. It's going to be closer to hopefully about $1.8 billion. So with all that being said, St. Thomas, St. John, we've submitted this. We're going through the same process of trying to get the approval, similar to how we did it with St. Croix. Hopefully, within the next year or so, we get to the same point where we're getting ready to get a fixed cost offer. I'll let the CFO discuss the matching.
The matching funds themselves are. I'm answering to the 90% given by FEMA and the 10% needed by the territory.
Yes.
For waste management alone, with 1.5 to 1.8 billion for St. Croix, so that's 150 million to 180 million. Imagine the same amount for St. Thomas, St. John. So that's $300 million just for waste management. And the same thing is happening across the entire territory too as well, with what's being done with WAPA, what's being done with all of the different agencies that are receiving FEMA funds. So realistically, it's going to be a race for the CDBG DR funds to be able to first come, first serve. And I know the governor has gone to Congress and asked them to remove the match from the territory, because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the territory will not be able to afford all of the match that is going to be owed by it. It's going to be impossible. It's going to be over $1 billion when you look at all of the things that are being done and obligated right now.
Thank you so much for putting that on the record. Colleagues, I'm going to entertain one more question before we go on break for lunch. So, Senator Boquez, you may ask your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Merritt, you mentioned in your testimony the importance of the the waste diversion program. Could you provide an update on the waste diversion grant and its objective, how much funding is available, and how it's been obligated by Island? I know that those funds would be utilized for recycling, composting, reduction of waste streams to the landfills. So please provide information on that.
So for the waste diversion, we have two things that I'm going to speak about. This is Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer. We have the EPA DPNR grant for $6 million. And that's the grant, that the first part of that grant is going to be to put together all the policies and procedures of how waste is handled in the territory. The second part is what Mr. Merritt spoke of extensively in terms of what we're going to do with green waste, and that's going to be used for that so that it can hopefully in the future eliminate what we're currently experiencing in Bovoni with the fires. The next aspect we have is the CDBG-DR grants, which are being used for the convenience centers. So we have 5 of those already approved, and 2 are going through the process right now. The ones in St. Croix are actually being advertised for RFP, and we have ongoing communications and questions from the people who are looking to respond. So we're hoping by the end of mid next month we'll have be able to select someone to give those convenience centers, which are currently bin sites, to as well, and we'll do the same in St. Thomas.
And then to add to that, if you think about it, if we have the EPA grant, that $6 million will allow us to do a standard operating procedure, right? Now we're going to have facilities that we can enforce this SOP on and say, hey, the convenience centers here, we're going to do waste diversion. We're going to have bins here, here, and here for this type of waste. We'll have the person that we're going to hire that can help facilitate that. We'll have that grant also has a community outreach component to it. There's funding set aside for that, so we can start telling the community what to do as these convenience centers are coming online. So it's gonna kind of work in unison with each other.
Okay, Financial Officer Griffith and Director Merritt, I did not hear anything about St. John.
It's just territory-wise. So Susannaburg he said 5 of the 7. Susannaburg is one of the, right now I think we're in the final stage of getting that approved.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. Senator Fonseca, you can answer your burning question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, the Waste Management Authority is still under consent decree. Is that correct?
Yes.
So with this Bovoni landfill fire, is this going to adversely affect you with any additional things? Do you estimate, any additional things would come up?
No, it's in the Green Oasis area, so we'll have conversation with them to talk about, kind of we'll have a discussion with them to discuss what happened, what measures we're going to put in place to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Well, I want to congratulate the Waste Management Authority because yesterday we attended the swearing-in ceremony of, I think it was 19 new police officers, and one of them was a Waste Management Authority. So that's good. You're beefing up your enforcement. But getting to the labor, you have some machinist union employees, right? Are you current with them, or what's happening with the negotiations?
So, I'll speak.
And thank you much,
So,
Mr. Chair.
we've with both IAMAW and USW, where the contract is expired right now. We've been working with OCB to finalize the negotiations, and so that's where we are. We're just we're at the last phase of it. I don't know if you want to mention.
Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Maurice James, you can answer your burning question. Senator Maurice James, please recognize the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on the island of St. John too. Do you do house-to-house collection, or have you done a needs assessment to determine how that would be done? And I guess you would have the same issue in a sense that you have on St. Thomas with the trucks. Is that it?
So we don't do house to house. We actually.
You don't?
No.
Are you ever going to do that on St. John? Is the question.
Okay. I thought you wanted a yes or no, so I'm just making sure No, we'll do. So we have once Susannaburg comes online, we'll look at the entire island. I know there's a couple of private companies that are doing some house to house now for people. Yeah, if you need to know the names of the companies, they've talked to us about the service that they're providing. We actually do some of the smaller we do some of the smaller bins, and we have a contractor that does the big bins like Pine Peak, Skiff Hill, Coral Bay, and Mammy's Peak.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now, because I also was just curious, with collection on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and just wondered what's going on St. John.
Yeah, St. John is, the terrain is, St. Thomas, the terrain is difficult for trucks, but St. John is on another level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Dan Capehart, you recommend for a burning question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merritt, based on your testimony, you mentioned in your vegetative debris that you will develop a standard operation procedure for handling organics. Organics will be inspected for quality and stockpiled for processing. What is your timeline to start shredding?
We already shred on St. Croix. That SOP though will kind of get more specific as to what we're going to do after we shred. I mean, we don't. So there's certain equipment that we don't have that's mentioned in this SOP that will be able to be purchased through some of these grants. But we are. I mean, on St. Croix we're shredding. We don't have a shredder here on St. Thomas.
Give me timeline. St. Thomas, when you plan to have a shredder there?
What's the timeline? 3 years? Probably within the next the grant. I think in maybe by year 2 or year 3. We have to develop the SOP first in conjunction with DP&R, and once everybody's comfortable with that, we do our community outreach. We start talking about what we're going to do, and then we start purchasing equipment. I think the lead time for equipment may be
a year and a half.
Yeah, maybe 9 months to a year.
So in the meantime, what are you going to do? Because you may have these problems again with fires. What do you plan to do? Do you have like a plan, an immediate plan, preventative plan in the event of stockpiling these organic matters that they may catch fire? What is your plan? Because a year from now is what you're saying?
On St. Croix, we have an area that we're shredding, and it's a big enough.
Mr. Merritt, please forgive me. You're going to ship the stuff from St. Thomas to St. Croix because St. Thomas doesn't have a grinder?
I was just going to explain to you island by island if you would like me to.
Please do. Sorry.
Okay, so on St. Croix, we have a big enough area where we can spread the material out. We can shred it. We can actually offer it to agriculture. We have done that in the past, and they've taken some loads to use for agricultural purposes. On St. Thomas, the area that caught on fire, we're actually relocating some of that to the back side of the landfill. We have dirt that we're going to cover. I mentioned that earlier. We're going to cover that area so that we won't have an issue with potential fire going forward. We're also looking to look at additional space. There's some space that we have on St. Croix that we can start taking some of that material and making sure that we place it in a manner that we won't have this issue again. But as I mentioned earlier too, we want to look and see about trying to acquire some additional property at the Bavoni landfill or on St. Thomas. In St. John, we don't really get that. There's not that much green waste that we get, but we have, we actually put that. We put that in a manner where there's not going to be an issue with it because of the limited amount or limited quantities that we receive.
Well, Mr. Merritt, I hope that by the time you return to this body, that you won't bring the same testimony with the same news. We want to see timelines. We want to see high priority areas addressed, because I am telling you, the people of Bovoni in that area, they need to breathe easy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Capehart. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your burning question. And I would like to also recognize at this time the president of our committee member and secretary of the legislature, Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Merritt, in regards to the consent decree, I believe we've been under consent decree for more than approximately 30 years. Mm-hmm. In your testimony, you speak on it, and you mentioned despite the formidable changes it already faced from its inception, we have nevertheless strived to bring both systems into compliances. Where are you with coming into compliance, and what percentage of the requirements of the consent decree have we fulfilled and complied with?
We just met with the DOJ. I can't necessarily give you a percentage. We had a meeting with them in June, and we went throughout the territory and looked at all of our wastewater facilities, and we're meeting with them on a monthly basis now. They gave us a list of some things that they want us to prioritize. So we've addressed some of those issues, and in the monthly meetings now, we're going to continue addressing them. And so, I'm not sure what.
Director Merritt, so what usually, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but usually when you're in a consent decree, they list the things that need to come into compliance with. So you might have 20 things that you're out of compliance. Where are you on that list of those that were presented? You've been able to enter into compliance with 5, you're missing 10. What's the status? We need to know.
You kind of simplified it, but there's a lot of things associated with a pump station or with a wastewater treatment plant. Like a wastewater treatment plant may have several issues, but some that we've addressed, but some that we haven't. But they need to be addressed based off of another deficiency. So that's why I said we're having these different meetings with them and going over that. I mean, one thing that we discussed is that as we get funds associated with prudent replacement, that's going to address certain things. So that's why I'm saying it's kind of it's a ongoing discussion, and that's why we're having monthly meetings, and they're seeing progress as far as some of the items that they prioritize certain things, and certain things they see that are being addressed by different grants, whether that's not prudent replacement, but other grants like from the Department of Interior or from EPA or from FEMA. So it's not as simple as it's 15 things and we've done 5 and there's 10 outstanding. It's kind of like it's been more of a discussion. And what happened when they came down here to see things, they had a better understanding of some of the issues that we're dealing with.
You're not telling me anything, Director. I understand that it's complicated and complex and it's not as simple, but any and every other department that is under a consent decree can enumerate what they're required to do, what they need to come in compliance with. They're able to share what percentage of that they've been able to achieve or complete, and what is still, what are they still missing? And you're just telling me, going around and not really giving me any information. All you're saying is we're having discussions, we're having monthly discussions, where are we with regards to the consent decree? What's the status?
All other, I guess I'd say all other agencies don't deal with wastewater or solid waste. In the meetings that we've had discussions about each division or each infrastructure. I mean, if you want to, I guess a percentage.
So what you're saying, you haven't done, there's no improvement. So there's nothing from the consent decree that you've been able to enter into compliance with?
I didn't say that. And actually, I guess what needs to happen is we need to have a meeting, and I'll show you the meeting minutes or notes from what we've had. They sent us a list of deficiencies. We addressed that letter and let them know what measures.
There's a list of deficiencies.
What measures we put into place, but we didn't. And then they came back and said, okay, we agree that this happened. We need to come back out and take a look at that. So that's why I'm saying there's not really a percentage that I can say, because it's been a discussion. They had to come out and actually put their eyes on things to see what corrective measures that we put into place or what actions we put into place based on what they initially saw. So when their initial, the last time they came down here in June, they sent a letter to us, I think in March, regarding what they considered to be deficiencies. We addressed all their concerns. When they came to see the facilities, they realized that some of the deficiencies, or some of the things they thought were deficiencies, had already been addressed or weren't necessarily deficiencies based off of them not coming to the territory to see things for themselves. So that's why when I say we're having meetings, now that they've seen our facilities, they have a better understanding of what we're doing from a compliance standpoint to make sure we're addressing issues, but then also from the standpoint of what we're working with an outdated system. So I think there's a better understanding. That's why I'm saying it's kind of hard to say we're at 55% of addressing things. I think we're at a good point where we're addressing issues associated with the consent decree, and we're discussing that with them. We're going and there's a collaborative discussion going on as far as, like, for instance, if we have to replace the UV system at Anguilla, there's a 9-month lead time. So then they understand that. So that's not necessarily a deficiency. They know that we actually are implementing that. So that's what I'm saying. It's not as simple as 10 things and 5 addressed and 5 not.
Senator Carrion,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for leniency. I'm not really getting the type of response that I think is necessary. I know he mentioned testimony that there is a cost associated because of the consent decree, so it costs us money every time we don't fall into compliance and do what we have to do. But nevertheless, I'll leave that to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you so much for your line of questioning, Senator Carrion. Senator Carla Joseph, I'm going to give you 2 minutes because we need to wrap up and move on to the next set of testifiers. So I'll give you 2 minutes. Be recognized, please.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I was tardy because I attended the investiture ceremony for the Honorable Judge Carol Thomas Jacobs, and also I wanted to convey my condolences to the Hansen family. I just have one quick question, Mr. Chairman, and you're very gracious. Mr. Merritt, what is the status of your contractual with the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority? Are you still under contract with the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority?
I'm on a month-to-month contract.
On a month-to-month contract. Okay, thank you. That's my very succinct question, Mr. Chairman. I won't abuse you.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Mr. Merritt, I'm going to give you 1 minute to wrap up, make a closing statement, 30 seconds to make a closing statement.
I just want to reiterate that we want to thank the committee for allowing us to testify today on issues related to the authority and solid waste and wastewater. As I mentioned in my summary, our goal is to make sure that we operate the authority and oversee our solid waste and wastewater operations in a more proactive, maintenance-based manner. Obviously, I've reiterated that we need additional funding in order to do that. And we are, as I think Senator DeGraff mentioned, we are doing things as an authority to bridge the gap between the funding from the $50 million that we actually need to the $35 million that you guys have appropriated thus far by doing things in-house and looking at additional cost savings measures that we can implement so that we can help bridge the gap and help continue to move the authority forward. So I thank you for your time, for allowing us to testify today, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 30 minutes.
Production.
The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is back on the record. Madam Chair, before I begin, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., the President of the Legislature. Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, can you please read the second half of the agenda?
Reading of the agenda, Block 2. Update and discussion on ongoing network and other issues impacting the quality of service, along with the action plans to address any such matters. Status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development with a focus on planning and utilization of federal broadband funding. And plans for improving and expanding customer service, connection speeds, and service coverage areas in the Virgin Islands. Excuse me. Invited testifiers. The Honorable John Pierre Oriel, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Andrew Smith, Executive Director, VI Water and Power Authority. Mr. Stephen Adams, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. Ms. Geraldine Pitt, Chief Executive Officer, VIA. Ms. Wanda Alvarez, Government Affairs Council, Liberty Communications of Puerto Rico, USVI. Attorney Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile, Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Our testifiers are ready and well, so what I would like to do at this time is have them place their name on the record, starting with VIA on my left and work our way to the right.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA.
Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN.
Welcome.
Andrew Smith, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Victor Vera, Director, RAN Engineering, Puerto Rico and USVI Liberty.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ricardo Portela, Vice President of Technical Operations for Puerto Rico and USVI.
Afternoon.
Sorry. Dion Sinclair.
One moment. Can you recognize Senator Bolquez's mic?
Good afternoon. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel for WAPA.
Can you repeat that, please, because the stenographer is remote?
Good afternoon, everyone. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel for Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Very well.
Good afternoon. Ambi Blyden, Interim Manager of Planning and Design, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good, thank you. Do we have anyone virtual? I don't think so. Ms. Pitt, CEO, VIA, you may proceed with your testimony.
Honorable Chairman Marvin Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, member of the 35th Legislature and staff, listening and viewing audience, my name is Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. Thank you for inviting me to testify on the status and future of telecommunications in the Virgin Islands and VIA overarching goal of keeping the community connected. A winning customer-first mindset is what we seek to achieve. When we last appeared before the committee 6 months ago, we spent much of the time discussing infrastructure, speeds, and other critical aspects of the business. Later in my testimony, I will address these elements of VIA's operation. Let me, however, begin with the most critical element in VIA's operation, our customer support. As VIA prepares for 2024, our mission is to reinforce a winning customer-first mindset in order to solidify our operating model and deliver on our customer promise. Every decision that is made is from that vantage point of putting the customer first and providing quality customer care and a first-time resolution. Part of this effort involves difficult decisions about VIA's existing approach to customer care. How do we know that? Our customers have told us so. This summer, VIA conducted an extensive survey that included quantitative and qualitative data from more than 400 residents and 100 business customers in the territory. While customers noted improvements in the brand, community engagement, and overall customer experience, the audit of all VIA's communication and technology solution revealed one constant fact. The key area for improvement remains customer support. We have spent a significant amount of time and resources delving into the customer journey, analyzing customer pain points, and determining how to make the customer's interaction with VIA simple and seamless. Our customers demand that we radically change how we support them. I have mentioned customer care several times so far in this testimony, but let me be clear that when the term customer care is used, I am not speaking about a call center, but rather I am speaking about the entire organization and the changes that we need to make. The recent the current segmented model is not helpful to the customer. Customers want to book their own appointments and manage their engagements with VIA. Customers would prefer to have a seamless experience that does not require trips to a retail store. They want us to solve all of their issues the first time they are raised. They want to know in real time when an issue in their area may affect their service, and they want to know when the issue is resolved. In other words, customer wants for us to be proactive and responsive. For too long, we have managed the company based on job description and classifications rooted in the legacy of the telephone company operations from 50 years ago, which is no longer suitable for communication solution provider in a competitive environment. As every Virgin Islander knows, commerce and customer service have migrated online. For VIA to remain competitive in this market, we must complete robust online experience for our customers. This month, we'll be launching a new version of our VIA app with great functionality and exclusive content that can only be available to VIA customers. Customers will be able to seamlessly interact with VIA through the app and our retail store. In essence, we strive to provide a reliable service that would ensure that customers do not have to contact us often, and when they do, the experience will be exceptional. The current operating model makes it challenging for us to deliver on our customer expectation and to keep our promises. We have made numerous changes over the last 5 years to improve the customer experience. Today, we are better and more efficient than we have been prior to the hurricanes, for example. We are, however, past the stage where a series of small changes would amount to excellence. We must change to fully embrace the current direction of technology and the ever-changing need of our customers. The pandemic has accelerated technology adoption and affected the supply chain worldwide, making it difficult and costly for technology companies at our scale to meet customer demands. We believe that organizational changes are needed to remain competitive and deliver the highest quality customer service. VIA will always put the Virgin Islands first, and we will continue to be a preferred employer and a place for growth for anyone interested in embracing technology changes, certification, and requirements for today's telecommunication environment. We must move forward for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. So what is the status of our infrastructure projects and plans for the future? In the months since I've appeared before the committee, VIA has executed several initiatives I've previewed with you then, all aim at delivering improved products and services to Virgin Islanders. At the center for our strategy was a VI fiber program that deployed fiber closer to the community and also offering 1 gig speed to the territory. Many businesses have requested fiber connectivity, can have them today, and most can have it with 400 megabytes upload speed and 1 gig download, of course, an unprecedented speed in the Virgin Islands. Fiber to the premises, and I know that's a conversation that is, one would say, is a hot topic of the day. But fiber to the premises for key business districts are going to be completed this year, and our customers will learn more about those plans in the near future. Continue along the mobile side, VIA is on track to deploy 5G this year as planned. With 40% more cell sites in the Virgin Islands than the closest competitor, we are confident that our network will deliver superior speeds. Our 5G deployment is part of our continued effort to ensure that our mobile network delivers the highest quality service to our customer. Moreover, customers can stay connected in most Caribbean islands, the mainland US, Canada, and Mexico. VIA Mobile has made enormous strides in the last year as customers are experiencing for themselves the speed and coverage of our network. Customers enjoy reliable mobile and Wi-Fi functionality. Further, VIA's customers, when traveling to the mainland, now have access to 2 national carriers. This is a significant development for our customers. Now you can understand why we always say VIA is the #1 mobile network in the Virgin Islands, period. Keep your mobile and switch your number to our network. This summer, H2O and other providers advise their customers that they have to acquire an off-island telephone number to keep their service. For the last 2 years, we have executed an extensive media campaign advising our customers that they can keep, and the community, that they can keep any USVI, Puerto Rico stateside number that they currently have by porting to VIA. We are in the final phase of fully converting our legacy cable television platform to HD platform. Via TV Plus, customers can enjoy an enhanced viewing experience. TV Plus provides an all-digital experience to our customers. Of course, with new technology comes challenges for the provider of the service, like ourselves, or as well as customers. Notwithstanding those challenges, providers like VIA must keep pace with the rest of the world and constantly strive to find the right balance between choice of technology, new programming choices, price, and customer centricity so that we can deliver value to customers. Our engagement in the community extends beyond our storefronts. More importantly, VIA partners with stakeholders in community to discuss relationships between connectivity and important matters and initiatives like disaster preparedness, cybersecurity, workforce development, economic development, food sovereignty, and the Virgin Islands culture. VIA constantly provides impactful support to our community by collaborating with key stakeholders on important initiatives to the Virgin Islands. Bridging the digital divide. One of the major initiatives for bridging the digital divide is the federally subsidized ACP program, or Affordable Connectivity Program, which provides residents who qualify with a $30 per month subsidy for broadband services. That's why VIA has invested tens of thousands of dollars and a significant amount of resources in our daily community outreach efforts to promote ACP at cultural events, expos, strategic locations where our community gather. ACP is a critical part of our conversation in the community because the cost of connectivity should not be a barrier to connectivity. Our outreach efforts are extensive and collaborative. Higher speed broadband service in the territory presents challenges of affordability that are similar to the housing market, as I said the last time that I testified before this committee. Despite all of the efforts of government to provide public housing, the cost of housing remains a big challenge for many people. Access to broadband is no different than access to housing. They are both necessities that affect the quality of life. VIA has begun circulating a white paper on subsidy to key stakeholders, including members of this committee. Our white paper explains how such support can be structured so that all Virgin Islanders receive a minimum of 100 megabytes internet for a fraction of a cost to government. Were the government to use part of the 27 million available of the Broadband Equity and Access Funding, BEAD funding, from the federal government for this purpose, the government could fund this program for many years. I hope we can work with the government and key stakeholders to bring this program to market and close the digital divide in our community. The Virgin Islands is uniquely positioned to take the leading role in the United States as the first place to provide 100 megabytes to residents by subsidizing connectivity. Reshaping the business around the customer. VIA's investment in technology and people are part of the larger effort to reshape the business so that VIA can keep the U.S. Virgin Islands connected and deliver additional advanced services and solutions to meet customers' foremost needs. This committee knows that VIA's universal funding, service funding, has been materially reduced and there is more competition in the territory than ever. To navigate these challenges, VIA is diligently accelerating our investment in technology and reshaping our organization. This is a continuous process as VIA must adapt to circumstances to remain leading and the only local telecommunications provider in the territory. Our competitors are some of the largest carriers in the industry with a global operations that can take advantage of economies of scale and optimize their cost structure across multiple countries. Yet, VIA remains the largest telecommunications employer in the Virgin Islands. We are proud of the team that's built VIA over the years, past and present, and to make it sustainable, VIA must continue to seek ways to improve the cost structure of the business. This will inevitably affect all aspects of the business as we change our operating model. Change is uncomfortable and disruptive, but we must continue to evaluate where we are and adjust to the changes in technology and customer demands. In conclusion, I'm proud to represent VIA's employees before you today. It is only through their hard work, dedication, and commitment to the community that VIA is successful, and I'm confident that VIA will remain the leading local service provider in the Virgin Islands. Technological advancement and evolving customer demands necessitate a robust and modernized network infrastructure supported by exceptional customer experience. We are not there yet. I'm optimistic that our future is bright, that VIA will continue to lead the Virgin Islands telecommunications sector into the future, and so I thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Pitt. Next, we will have our VIA-NGN President and CEO, Mr. Adams. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunication. Honorable Senators, the listening and viewing audiences. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VIA-NGN. I am honored to present to you today. My testimony will update you on three important matters. The first being ongoing upgrades to our network. Oh, thank you. Is this fine? Thank you. Excuse me. My testimony will update you on three important matters. The first being ongoing upgrades to our core network. The second is VIA-NGN's role in internet pricing. And the last topic will be the status of our federal broadband grants. Regarding VIA-NGN's infrastructure upgrades, we are replacing the core networking equipment that was installed when VIA-NGN was established over 12 years ago. This equipment is unserviceable and replacement parts are no longer available, even in secondary markets. Any failure of our core system would be catastrophic. Fortunately, we will avoid such a catastrophe as we have been awarded an American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, grant to upgrade our core network. This involves replacing equipment at our New York, Miami, St. Croix, and St. Thomas facilities, as well as at several fiber access points throughout the territory. We anticipate completing this upgrade by December. Once done, the simultaneous amount of data that can flow through our network will increase from 10 10 gigabytes to 100 gigabytes. VINGN system upgrades will allow us to increase broadband capacity and enhance the resiliency of our network, while also enabling fiber to the home and more Wi-Fi deployments in the territory. Smart city applications will also be supported. With respect to VINGN's influence on internet pricing in the territory, we are an open access, non-discriminatory, middle mile provider of wholesale bandwidth. This means VINGN is neutral in selling bulk bandwidth to our ISP partners. They, in turn, sell it to end users. Our ISP partners solely determine the end user price. As with any wholesale business, the commodity price sets the floor for which resellers add markup. In this case, ISPs add service, content, and support. It is important for them to be profitable for sustainability and quality of service. Compared to the U.S. mainland locations with similar sized populations, the territory has an excess of fiber networks. Typical market dynamics suggest that overbuilt networks would result in lower pricing, akin to oversupply. However, it is difficult for broadband infrastructure owners in the territory to recover their capital investment in such a small and shrinking market. This is partially why internet is expensive in the territory. This reality necessitates all infrastructure owners, including VINGN, to seek grants and subsidies for their viability. VINGN's infrastructure objectives are to increase the capacity and performance and resiliency of our network while lowering the cost structure to the point where it would be more advantageous for ISPs to utilize our network rather than expand their own. This would increase VINGN's revenue and allow us to spread the capital costs across a wider customer base. This would enable us to lower wholesale pricing. Increased broadband revenue would also allow VINGN to make headroads in repaying the $36 million to the Public Finance Authority for the bond they issued when our network was built. This is why we are exploring several revenue acceleration and diversification strategies. DiasporaLink is one of those efforts. I previously reported on this initiative of running undersea cables from New York and Virginia to Ghana and Nigeria with St. Croix as a digital hub. Data centers in St. Croix will be built to support the interconnect between the African continent and the U.S. mainland. So what is happening with DiasporaLink today? Well, Delegate Plaskett authored DiasporaLink Bill H.R. 3385, which unanimously moved out of the Intelligence Committee. It now goes before the full House for a vote and then to President Biden for signature if all goes according to plan. H.R. 3385 authorizes the feasibility study of DiasporaLink. See Exhibit A for more information. It is a press release issued by Delegate Plaskett's office. I would now like to turn my testimony to an update on VINGN's broadband grants and one managed by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. The Federal Communications Commission, FCC, has awarded VINGN $250,000 for the next 2 years to promote the Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP, in the territory. This is a national initiative to encourage qualified low-income residents to apply for a $30 internet discount voucher and to also receive a $100 credit towards a device such as a computer, laptop, or tablet. Please encourage your constituents that qualify for ACP to participate in this generous program. VINGN has also been awarded a $150,000 Digital Equity, DE, planning grant by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA. This grant requires us to write a 5-year action plan that incorporates feedback from community surveys, meetings, and stakeholder listening sessions. This plan will include issues such as digital inclusion and the adoption of technology in the territory. VINGN has held community meetings on each island over the past couple of months. We intend to host 6 more in the coming months. We also meet with Virgin Island government agencies, nonprofit groups, and community activists to understand where the need most exists and how funding should be applied. VINGN will establish a committee to evaluate proposals for the 5-year action plan. VINGN will submit a 5-year action plan to NTIA after we have published it locally and considered community feedback. We anticipate filing the territory's DE plan early next year. The DE capacity grant earmarked for the U.S. Virgin Islands is $8 million. All funds except for program management fees will be awarded directly to sub-grant recipients to execute the program highlighted in the 5-year plan. Now, on behalf of Director Jennifer O'Neill of OMB, I would like to update you on the Broadband Equity Access Deployment BEAD grant being managed by her office. OMB has been awarded $1.25 million by NTIA to create a 5-year action plan. This will lead to a $27 million capacity grant if the plan is approved by NTIA. BEAD funds are intended to help expand high-speed internet to unserved and underserved people in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This grant includes establishing a broadband office. It also supports outreach and coordination with local communities. The planning process for BEAD is similar to that I described for DE. BEAD and DE are sister grants administered separately by OMB and VINGN with distinct requirements and oversight of the respective grants. OMB is currently interviewing candidates for the broadband director job. This position will be filled shortly. Community engagement and stakeholder meetings will begin in earnest once a BEAD director has been onboarded. Lastly, please stay tuned for news on a broadband event that will be jointly hosted by OMB and NTIA on November 8th. This will be a great opportunity for you in the community to learn more about federal broadband programs in the territory. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adams. Next, we're going to have from WAPA, the director, Mr. Smith. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Andrew L. Smith, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. I would like to thank the Honorable Chair, Senator Blyden, as well as other members of the Senate present for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss WAPA's role as it relates to the quality of telecommunications and broadband in the territory. Good afternoon to you, other testifiers joining me today, the listening public, and the WAPA family. WAPA's role in the telecommunications and broadband in the territory is to allow telecommunications and broadband providers access to WAPA's utility infrastructure. In addition to telecommunications and broadband infrastructure, WAPA also has other infrastructure that attaches to its power poles. For example, ShotSpotter, which is used by law enforcement to identify and locate gunfire. Telecommunications and broadband providers are required to perform and provide the engineering analysis to ensure that their equipment can be safely installed on WAPA's poles. Providers are also required to comply with all electrical and other safety standards, as well as federal requirements for their installations and equipment operation. For example, recent changes to the National Electrical Safety Code have enacted new requirements for radio frequency, or RF, emitting devices to have a method of disconnecting and continuous exposure monitoring for technicians and linemen to be able to work safely on poles where these devices are located. The telecommunications providers pay WAPA a fee for pole attachments, which is customary in the utility industry. WAPA charged telecommunications providers $177,192 for pole attachments in calendar year 2022. However, the rate WAPA has been charging for pole attachments is outdated. The foregoing is all governed by a pole attachment agreement in the case of a private third-party counterparty or a memorandum of understanding if the counterparty is a governmental agency. WAPA's pole attachment agreement was significantly outdated, having been developed approximately 30 years ago. A revised pole attachment agreement has been developed, and red line drafts are being exchanged between WAPA and the telecommunications providers. The charges for pole attachments in the current agreement were benchmarked against industry standards through coordination with the American Public Power Association and Industry Trade Association, as well as other utilities. To provide some context for the order of magnitude of WAPA's system and some of the challenges with pole attachments, I wanted to address 4 key topics. First, WAPA's system includes approximately 40,000 installed utility poles. The most recent request from a telecommunications provider that poles it is seeking to attach infrastructure to is approximately 1,000 poles. WAPA must locate and evaluate each of the requested poles. Second, as I just mentioned, WAPA must evaluate and most critically locate poles that are requested by telecommunications provider. This is a challenge for WAPA because following the storms of 2017, WAPA's focus was on restoring service to as many customers as it could, as quickly as it could. As a result, the infrastructure and their placement are not mapped to the specificity required to easily locate and evaluate poles. WAPA is currently working through a mapping of its system funded by a federal grant that will make the process of identifying and locating poles easier. That mapping process is expected to be completed later this year on St. Croix and St. John, with St. Thomas completed early next year. Third, the proper analysis must be performed to ensure proper pole loading for weight, wind, and forces on the poles. In some cases, poles must be upgraded to be compliant with National Electric Safety Code. Fourth, if holes are going to be drilled in composite poles, the work must be performed per the pole manufacturer's specifications, or else the warranty on the pole could be voided. Composite poles are expensive, costing almost $9,000 each, versus less than $1,000 each for all but the largest wooden poles used by WAPA. Accordingly, preserving the warranty on the poles is critical. I assure you that WAPA supports the installation of critical telecommunications and broadband infrastructure in the territory. But as I have described in my testimony, that process is not as simple as just allowing a telecommunications provider access to WAPA's infrastructure to install equipment without protecting utilities' assets. This concludes my testimony. Again, I thank the Senate and the public for the opportunity to discuss telecommunications and broadband in the territory. I would also like to thank the hardworking men and women who work around the clock, regardless of weather, daylight or nighttime, in the WAPA family.
Thank you, C.O. Smith. Next, we're going to have Liberty. Ms. Aveda, who's doing the testimony? Okay, please state your name and proceed with the testimony.
My name is Ricardo Portela, Mr. Chairman, and members of the 35th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ricardo Portela, Vice President of Technical Operations for Liberty USBI and Broadband BI, collectively Liberty. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to provide an update of ongoing work, present infrastructure project, and plans for the future development. I take this opportunity to introduce Victor Vera, to my right, Director of Run Engineering, Jose Aria, Director of Construction, Wanda Perez, Government Affairs, Internal Counsel, and I'm excusing Catherine Kling, Director of Commercial Sales, who is sick today. As we mentioned the last time we were here, back in April of this year, Liberty has started construction of Connect USBI program, which requires we build fixed broadband service to all locations in the USBI with speeds of 1 gigabit per second. This program is funded partially by the Federal Communications Commission with private funding from Liberty. Liberty will have 6 years to complete the network expansions, upgrades, disaster preparation, and resiliency projects to which it's committed. Network extension focusing on the underserved rural remote areas. Approximately 80% of Liberty's network will be built underground, providing better resiliency against natural disaster. We are required by the FCC to build 40%, that is 8,400 home passes by 2024, 60%, that is 27,600 home passes by 2025, 80%, that is 36 1,800 home passes by 2026, which project completion by the end of 2027. Unfortunately, permitting delays have not allowed us to build at the speed required to ensure we complete our milestones on time. To this day, we have submitted to DPW 75 permit package, which are equivalent of 19,332 home passes. DPW has 18 permit package approved for a total amount of 4,000 home passes and still has 57 package waiting for approval. This remaining package will amount to 15,332 home passes. We continue conversations with DPW to try to get our permit package approved in a more expedient way. Some permits have been submitted for several months and we haven't received an answer. We have agreed to provide a 5-year warranty and a third-party inspector for all the work. We have reached an agreement on this in the hope that the process moves along expediently in the future. Unfortunately, we feel that DPW keeps adding criteria which are not part of the permit process. Liberty has the necessary materials and equipment to build out in the territory, as well as an engaged contractor. Now, we need 100 miles of continuous work every year out in order to build a more effective and efficient manner to meet our milestones. For this, we need permits that account for the HP targets. This will allow us to move forward faster to reach our milestones in time. These projects are, as designed, will provide underground fiber optic cables that will protect our infrastructure from natural disaster and make it more resilient. This construction will also improve telecommunication broadband service, increase bandwidth capacity to existing mobile cell sites, provision service to new cell sites for FirstNet, and provide coverage for first responder, and provide broadband service to all the home and business within the permitted designated areas. Liberty currently has 10 projects in the construction phase. These projects are Sally Fancy and Claymont on St. Croix, Dono and WTGX Mounted on St. Thomas, Williams Delight 1, 2, 3 on St. Croix, Smiths Bay on St. Thomas, Green Cay, and East End on St. Croix. The locations for the 2023 were identified along with DPW and to a large extent recommended by DPW based on other utilities and paving work that are taking place and the sequence of those coordinated efforts. Another key criterion is that Liberty wanted to start in locations that are more accessible first to focus on our resources and also to prove the concept to DPW and to the market. If we are able to complete 4,000 home passes in 2023, during 2024, Liberty needs to build approximately 14,400 to reach the total of 18,400 required to meet our 40% deployment milestone by December 31st, 2024. Liberty existing build-out plans include making its service available to homes and business in every location it completes within a matter of weeks after completion. We are completing Liberty's core broadband network and have already made trial connections to certain customers to the network. As we mentioned earlier, 85% of the build-out will be underground, but 15% will be aerial. For this, as we stated the last time we were here in April, we need pole attachment rights from WAPA. We have been trying to get a pole attachment agreement with WAPA for more than a year. Liberty has faced serious headwinds with respect to WAPA and the imperative need for a pole attachment agreement. This interconnection must be secured in order for us to meet our federal mandate milestones in the Connect USVI federal program. Liberty first communication to WAPA regarding the pole attachment agreement was sent on June 3, 2022. Multiple follow-up emails were sent, including Ms. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel at WAPA, asking to start negotiations on the pole attachment agreement. On November 9, 2022, we received an email that indicated the authority intended to undertake a survey to inventory pole attachments and that a blanket authority for Liberty was premature. However, they added if we had targeted identified poles for which data is available as to location and present attachment that we can discuss. Based on that, we send individual location for pole attachment. We follow up again on various occasions. A draft pole attachment agreement was also sent to Don Grigor at WAPA, who had communicated that he will review it, but today no progress on that has been made. Through our legal counsel on the territory, we also have made several attempts, including a federal letter to General Counsel Sinclair, quoting 47 USCA 224. A utility should be provided a cable television system or any telecommunication carriers with non-discriminatory access to any confidential and proprietary information filed under seal, pole, dock, conduit, or right-of-way or controlled by it. Liberty Management has also had conversations regarding on this topic with various government officials, including WAPA CEO. On September 19 of this year, we received an email from Ms. Sinclair that stated that they performed an assessment in regard of Liberty attachment request. There were 5 roads recognized, and the poles with WAPA equipment were counted. More details will be available at the conclusion of the GIS project in February 2024. The email added, we are currently revising our pole attachment agreement to comport with the new safety requirements. So fortunately, after more than a year of requests and even providing draft of the agreement, we still don't have a pole attachment right and don't know when we will get them, which jeopardizes our ability to comply with our federal imposed milestones for the Connect USBI program. And moreover, to deliver a commitment with the island. It is important to note that this will jeopardize any construction with federal funds that require aerial construction. I can't stress enough the importance of getting attachment rights to WAPA pole in order to meet our federal mandate under the Connect USBI fund. The pole attachment agreement is a necessary predicate. This is certainly an area where we need cooperation from the Cmte. Liberty wants to maintain a good working relationship with existing utilities and to improve communication and responsiveness with those relationships. In terms of mobile coverage, the USBI has 33 sites, all which have LTE technology, while 18 has 5G technology. These sites cover 99% of the population, according to the last census. Out of these sites, 52% have fiber backhaul, which means that more than half of the sites have resilient backup with a high bandwidth. We have also 36 deployment projects scheduled for 2023, which include the following. 2 of them 5G overlay projects. This will help to extend this technology to all residents in USVI. 2 site relocation in San Thomas and Croix. This will allow us to move our infrastructure to areas where they will provide better service or more coverage. 14 LTE 5G expansion projects. These are to install 5G technology in already existing sites, improving the service speed for customers using those sites. 10 C-RAN small cells. We also have planned to install C-RAN or small cell infrastructure in 10 locations where traffic is dense and has little coverage. This technology is important because it can help with network densification by shifting traffic from macro cell sites and adding capacity to wireless network. Now, this technology can be very effective in the USBI and can help us reach our coverage target, but the USBI does not have a small cell law or regulation. Without legislation or specific regulation, there's no clear path to proceed, and implementation of these small facilities will be challenging. More than 30 states across the nation have already implemented small cell legislation that streamlines regulation to facilitate 5G deployment. In the past, we have sent drafts of small cell bill to this committee for evaluation. We hope this 35th Senate can move forward with this legislation to create a clear permitting process to improve telecommunications service in the territory. We have 8 new site builds or monopoles also. We also aim to address coverage and capacity issues with 8 additional new site builds or monopoles. 2 of these new sites will be in St. Thomas and 1 in St. John and will be located in St. Croix, 1. Most of these sites are part of the commitment between the USVI government and the FirstNet Authority, including an initial new site build which is already on air in the West End area of St. Croix. As you all know, FirstNet is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce designed to build and operate nationwide broadband network, Band 14, that allows first responders to have a reliable communication system in place before, during, and after a natural disaster. For this, it is deploying the first nationwide high-speed wireless broadband network for public safety. The network will give priority to first responders to send voice or text message, image, video, and location information in real time in cases of emergency. After a competitive process, the FirstNet Authority entered into a public-private partnership with AT&T to build the network and deliver the required service to maintain the network. After our acquisition of AT&T operation in the USVI, Liberty became a FirstNet reseller and agreed to take out AT&T's build-out obligation in the USVI. That meant build 8 new site builds with Band 14 capacity and coverage in the specific site throughout the territory. These towers will provide needed coverage for first responders through Band 14 in case of an emergency. Band 14 can be seen as a fast lane that provides highly secure communication regularly and in emergencies. Wireless network can become overloaded and inaccessible during emergency and in large events. In those cases, Band 14 will prioritize first responder communication, providing a dedicated fast lane to ensure the accessible broadband communications. These features are not available in a regular wireless networks. These towers will not only be allowed for the installation of Band 14, making the areas more secure in any event, but they will also allow us to provide service or improve coverage to regular customers in the area. Liberty is committed to providing great service and coverage to all Virgin Islanders. As part of this committee, Liberty has already installed Band 14 capabilities to 18 LTE sites, providing more coverage than that included in the original commitment with AT&T. Because of this investment, right now the USVI has 92% Band 14 coverage and is forecast to have 99% coverage by the end of the year. We also have a new location, not related to FirstNet, in the Josh Haven store that improves coverage and capacity to the area. We are in the construction phase in sites in Sally's Fancy, Green Cay, and St. Croix, which hope will be on air by beginning of 2024. With all this improvement, coverage has significantly improved with respect to 5G. Last year, we had 87.34% 5G coverage. This year, we have 93.02%. We also improved the LTE coverage by 1% this year. Finally, we have been updating our customer to our new Liberty systems. This process will be ongoing for several months. We have been communicating with customers via email and SMS since last year in preparation for the update. Some customers need to reconfigure or change their device, to ensure a successful update. We are providing replacement devices free of charge, so there is no investment required on the part of the customer. The updates to our new system are made gradually, and each customer is notified a few days before they will be updated. As we mentioned in previous appearance, we hope to partner with the legislature and the government of the USVI as a whole and be agents of change to provide an improved telecommunication service to Virgin Islanders. Improving the permitting process will allow us to cover areas that remain uncommunicated or with poor service faster, with the implication that that brings during a natural disaster or any sort of emergency. This situation has become an urgent matter for Liberty, and we are considering elevating the matter to other forums seeking resolution. Delays in the DPW permitting and the lack of pole alignment agreement with WAPA are putting in jeopardy federal money that was allocated to a high-speed broadband service to all Virgin Islanders, and we request urgent action on this matter. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Let me know if you can provide you with any other additional or clarification. I will welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to thank all of the testifiers for your testimonies. We have one more testimony, but I'm not going to have the clerk read it into the record because we all have a copy of it. It's by T-Mobile. And in the essence of time, I'm not going to read it on the record. It's on a public drive. So, but because we need to get into the vetting process, and I honestly want to start off by saying, you know, we speak to the digital divide, closing a divide, and we speak to many unserved and underserved people here in the territory, our people. And we have 3 individuals from the VI government who should have been here to assist in this process. We have DPNR. They sent a project listing, that's all they sent. We have Department of Public Work. They sent an excuse letter with no information. No information, and they knew the topic. And we have OMB, sent an excuse letter with no information. I know Mr. Adams spoke in respect to OMB, but at the same time, it just goes to show how much we really care about our people. Every one of those individuals have an assistant commissioner, they have directors and other top-level individuals who can speak on their behalf. And I'm sick of it. I'm very, very sick and tired of these individuals doing what they want, like they work for themselves. They're public servants just like us. They work for the people. And I'm just frustrated with that. Every time you have a hearing, it's a problem. You can't even get to reschedule because of the way we are structured right now. It's hard to get individuals in this body, and it's wrong. And I just want to put it on record. Again, I spoke earlier to it, and it's unfair and it's not right. So we really need to basically get it together if we really want to help our people, because all of the other agencies and other individuals saw it fit to be here. And I want to appreciate that. But again, we have issues. We have major issues with the telephone services in terms of connectivity. And we're talking about millions of dollars in terms of federal grant with the DE and B program. And it's up to us, really, and we got to do better as public officials.
Point of information.
We got to do better as public officials here in this territory. We must do better. It's ridiculous. Point of information, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you mention some departments or divisions or entities that should have been here, but considering Section 401 of the VI Code, why the PSC, Public Service Commission, is not present today? Were they invited?
No, they were not.
Yeah, because they are the regulators of these telecommunication providers, and based on the legislation that our VI code, it says they have oversight of the wireless telecommunication providers and is limited to service issues only. So they should have been invited to this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well, but this is not a regulatory meeting. This is basically based on cell and mobile communication, and those agencies I spoke to deals with permits, deals with different areas in respect to moving the posts ahead. For instance, DPNR, as you know, they deal with all the permits, and as you heard in the testimony, they are waiting. They have been patiently waiting and trying to get permits moved. We're talking about public works, etc. So those are I have spoken with all of the individuals. So it's relevant to the conversation in terms of moving these programs ahead, and especially when it comes to the federal funds that's available as a result of these agencies and moving up the post ahead in that respect. But PSC really were not part of that.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. I will start my line of questioning. With Senator Boquist, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the telecommunications leaders of the Virgin Islands. A quick overarching questions for the telecommunications entities. FEMA and the FCC is planning an emergency alert test on October 4th, which is tomorrow at 2:20 for the duration of 30 minutes. I'm curious to know, and it's also going to be across televisions, radios, and cell phones. Will that also include the Virgin Islands? Yes or no?
Yeah. That's correct.
That is correct. Okay, good. Because you're not just responsible for personal communication, you're responsible for the transference of data, which could also equate into public safety, emergency services, health education, and the list goes on and on and on. Now, I wanted to start off my line of questioning with WAPA, CEO Smith. You mentioned that preserving the warranty of the composite poles is critical because of the nature of the higher cost of the poles. Could you elaborate on the procedures in place to ensure compliance of the pole that the pole manufacturer has in place concerning the specifications of drilling into composite poles? I asked the question because Liberty Mobile, since I was a staff of Senator Blyden's, have been trying to get WAPA to assist them with attaching on to the poles in order to expand what is, in essence, a mandate from the federal government. So could you please elaborate on that for me, please?
Absolutely. First off, in terms of the warranty and the compliance with that, there are two steps that have to happen. Number one is we need to be provided technical specifications with what's going to be attached to the poles, right? Size, weight, and all of those sorts of things. The engineering and the analysis of that is the responsibility of the telecom company,
Smith,
not of WAPA.
Director Smith.
In terms of the
Smith.
warranty, oh, sorry.
Slow down a little, please.
Yeah.
In terms of the warranty, what happens with the warranty is that it's incumbent upon the company that attaches the equipment, which generally is a subcontractor of the telecom, right? So, for example, I believe it was at the racetrack that Hoagland, VI did some installation on behalf of one of the government agencies. And so what happens is that that installer is then responsible for understanding what the installation requirements are and complying with them.
So what is the current warranty of the composite poles?
Ambi, do you know, is that 5 years? What is the warranty length on those poles?
I believe it ranges up to like, I would have to get some reference information, but I believe it ranges up to 15 or 20 years, actually.
Okay.
20 years. Okay, very well. Okay, I know that this is something that has been a discussion for at least 4 to 5 years that I am aware of. If I'm incorrect, Liberty can correct me. But I know that it's something that's important to not only expand the telecommunications that we are in dire need of for so many reasons, to include public safety. So I would like for you all to please try to collaborate some more and get that done. You mentioned 40,000 installed utility poles. How exactly are you mapping your poles? Is it similar to the GIS system that we have, or is it just on paper? What is it? Is it electronic mapping?
It is an electronic mapping. We actually launched a grant-funded RFP in mid-2021, so well before Liberty actually even reached out to us for pole attachments, as they commented on their testimony. Just to give you an order of magnitude of the cost of mapping everything in the territory, that grant was a $6.7 million contract awarded under an RFP. So this is not two people in a truck riding around for a day. This is a major undertaking.
Very well. Thank you for that information. I want to shift gears over to Liberty now. Mr. Portela. Buenos dias, senor. You mentioned Liberty has started the construction of the Connect USVI program to provide fixed broadband service for speeds up to 1 gigabyte a second to locations throughout the Virgin Islands. Can you provide an update on the progress of that program, including any challenges that you've faced or expected setbacks in your timelines?
Yes, as I mentioned, we're continuing to the approval of the DPW permits. We had a DPNR umbrella permit approved, and we're continuing to the pole attachment agreement in
30
order
seconds.
to construct faster. Right now, we're in the process trying to target 4,000 home pass this year. But as we don't have all the permits, we might not make it. And this is we already are delayed more than a year in the bill-out process. We presented this to the Public Service Commission 2 weeks ago with a detailed timeline on how it's affecting. And we are up to the point right now that we might need to take other actions. We have already spoken with the FCC in order to see what are the best methods to getting this resolved faster.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, may I please have a wrap up? Thank you, Mr. Chair. VINGN, I wanted to ask, you highlighted your efforts in exploring revenue acceleration or even diversification strategies, just so that VINGN can sort of get into the role of actually creating revenue in a sense. I know that the diaspora link is something that I always sort of gist with you on about. I'm so happy that the delegate has taken it on, and it's exponentially going to change the landscape on the technological side of what we can do here in the Virgin Islands. Can you provide an update on the progress of at least the internal progress from your side, because I'm sure you're preparing for such things, and the potential impact that it would have for the Virgin Islands?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. I'm in close, VING is in close conversation with Delegate Plaskett's office on the political front about how to position Diaspora Link for support in Congress. There's significant support for the opportunity from a national security perspective. That's what we're leading with. And what I've been personally doing is I've been writing white papers that are being used in the argument to be able to get congressional support for Diaspora Link.
Okay, very well. And thank you for your answers. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Next, I'm going to have Senator Novell Francis. I'll have you go next, because I know you have a flight to catch. You may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly appreciate the indulgence. And I want to take this opportunity as my first time to speak on this matter is to offer my sincere condolences on the passing of our colleague, Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen. My prayers continue to be with her family at this difficult time of bereavement. And of course, whatever we could do from a legislative family and legislative body, we're here to support and assist. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this very, very important legislation. And thank you to all of the testifiers for your testimony today. I certainly want to recognize the work that has been done by VIRE in terms of your customer survey. And I believe that that's a win-win for this community. And I hope that, government entities as well as non-government entities take the same level of tenacity and really just meet the customers where they're at and try to seek their input, because customer service is so critical in terms of moving this community forward. So thank you for that and congratulations. I also want to thank you for your VIRE app. I think that will certainly be beneficial as we move forward. Before I go to my question regarding the porting of cell numbers, I just heard the conversation in respect to the WAPA poles and the attachment rights to WAPA poles, and CEO Smith, I'm no Liberty fan. I am no Liberty fan. I wanted to preface my statement with that. There's some challenges that I have with Liberty, and I'm hoping that we're able to work this out. But in respect to health and safety, in respect to their responsibility to make sure that they're providing that lifeline to our first responders, I believe that there should be some level of open communication or some meaningful dialogue beyond just talking about the requirement for the engineers to provide the specification in order to make a determination whether or not they'll be able to access your pole. You care to expand a little bit more on that in terms of what's happening in that space?
No, absolutely. And again, I want to assure the body that WAPA stands prepared to support everything that we're discussing today. This is critical infrastructure for the community. First off, we have to do it safely. Right, if we're gonna have people access our poles, poles are in the community, right? So if pole falls over, things can happen, and we certainly have men and women of WAPA who access those poles every day. Quite frankly, from my perspective, the communication between Liberty and WAPA has not been ideal. Just be honest with this body. This is the first time I've met or spoken to these two gentlemen here today, right? And quite frankly, that's concerning to me. That there have been dialogue between my general counsel and others, but I would have hoped that before the testimony today, there would have been a conversation with me about concerns that were out there, and we'll rectify that. I can assure you from WAPA's perspective that will be fixed.
Very well, thank you for that, because it gave me goose pimples when I heard the testimony and again, your response to it, but I think it's critical for the benefit of this community that we have some open communication with them. Mr. VIGN, I want to thank you as well for going out in the community and the work that's being done to make sure that we're supporting those individuals that's underserved in respect to having some connectivity, and the training that's been done by your office as well to get those up and running. We truly appreciate your efforts there. So I wanted to go back and really just understand what is the level of communication. And I know that we had established a task force and you've been having some meetings right after the hurricanes, and maybe the pandemics may have stymied some of that. But it's so important that we continue to have stakeholders, dialogue and input and discussion in respect to moving telecommunications forward.
1 minute.
So if one or two of you could just really touch on what's happening most recently or lately in respect to that dialogue, because these cell phone is what we're doing every single thing on today. And we're having a lot of fallouts in that respect. Can someone just touch on what's happening? Ms. Pitts, maybe you could speak to what's happening with that task force?
No, I think in terms of the task force itself, to me, at this stage, it's more or less limited.
30 seconds.
It's more or less limited to the conversation that happened in the Vitima space. We are part of it, and I think every other provider is generally at the table. But I think it's more focused in that direction rather than a DPW conversation. It's more of an individualized conversation, unless Jennifer, anything from... Yeah, it's generally around disaster preparedness. In terms of the providers themselves having a separate forum, that doesn't exist, as much as I know. But from an engineer to an engineer, they have this conversation wherever it's relevant to move either issues of faults or issue of connectivity, or at least letting us know where you're going, if you have infrastructure in that area, to come through and map those out so that they can proceed. So that collaboration is there, but that formal between the providers themselves, apart from Vitima, doesn't exist.
Very well, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with two quick points, really. And I believe that's essential. If we truly gonna make this community work in the best interest, there must be some conversation beyond just the initial discussion regarding Vitima during the state of hurricane or disasters or whatever. But there must be some synergy in terms of, and of course, all of you are competing for the same population, the same volume, and everything else. When I hear about the IAPs and that's what it is, IAPs? ISPs, no, not the ISPs, that service that you're providing to the underserved. But there must be some level of communication on how we intend to move the landscape, the telecommunication landscape forward, because I think that we've been spinning wheels for far too long, and while everybody's operating within their silo, it's necessary for there to be some level of synergy so that we could benefit from this. So just going back real quickly in regards to the porting of cell numbers, I'm very much concerned about the porting of some numbers, especially in light of them giving up their local cell numbers and really taking on the stateside numbers, which again defeat the purpose of us being able to collect on the emergency surcharge. We have seen a serious reduction on the emergency surcharge consequential to these porting, and I think it's important that we start to take a look at that because, in fact, these emergency service fees is actually paid again for first responders and to provide services here. Those fees continue to be charged, but they're being charged elsewhere in the U.S. Mainland, and no benefit occurs here in this community. So if someone could just really address what's happening in regards to the porting of cell numbers, and how do we really capture even the stateside numbers or the long distance numbers so that we here in this territory could be able to collect on our emergency service charge. Thank you.
I can just basically start with the porting of the numbers via any number that you have, whether it's a stateside number, you can port it to via. So from that point of view, the Virgin Islands government benefit from that point of view. I'm not sure exactly what happens in the space of, for example, of Liberty, but I'm sure they can speak to it. Thank you.
Liberty?
Could you repeat the question? In terms of porting locally, we don't have any problems. We can port out from Liberty to Vaya, etc. We had a complaint earlier last month in which we were not able, a client was not able to port to Vaya. But when we investigated, it was not in our system. We communicated to Vaya. They fixed their plumbing, and the clients were poured out to Vaya. So we don't have, that's a normal procedure in Puerto Rico and here to port in and port out numbers, so that should not be a problem.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the issue or the question is whether or not, even if you're porting or allowed to port numbers, what they're doing is having them or discouraging in some instances or forcing individuals to give up their local 340 number. And once they're assuming the area code of some stateside number, then we lose the opportunity to be able to collect emergency service fees and those particular number, which is hampering our ability to make sure that those first responders by TEMA, as well as the fire department and EMS, is able to benefit from the emergency service charge.
In related to that, we don't have information, so if we can get the information, then we can answer back to you in regard to that in particular.
Most likely the senator will reach out to you because it's critical that we do collect those fees for our first responders. That's the reason why he brought that bill forward. So communication is critical and it's important. So thank you for that. I would like to recognize at this time Senator Kenneth Gittins. Thank you for being here, Senator, and Senator Milton Potter. Thank you for being here. Next, we're going to have Senator DeGraff. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, my colleague was told it's only $1. So we don't want to lose no dollars when they come to porting them numbers. So that's, I agree. But you know, a storm, there's a weather system about 200 and something miles east of us right now, passing. And I would bet before I ask any question, via NGN, via Liberty, you know, it's, you know, the collaboration that needs to be there doesn't seem, to come to this meeting here, it seemed like just 2 weeks ago we were here, we're hearing these issues. Come today, the CEO for WAPA say he had no conversation with Dave, maybe he spoke to my team. And who suffers? The people suffering. And like I say, I'm not making it up. Felipe is a hurricane or so north of us, northeast of us, 200 miles away. So imagine if that storm just kicked a little bit down and we become now in the presence of the storm. Are we going through where Liberty, issue, the phone system dropped off the map couple months ago, totally off the map, where I think chips had to be reinstalled in phones. My phone in particular, so I know of the issue personal, where a chip had to be had to go down to the company, had to fly in chips from the States to put into the phone system so the phone system could come back up. Went off the map. I don't know if an explanation really went out to the people as to what really happened. Maybe it did, but again, I would like to know. And the via end, I am being told that certain positions at the company are being outsourced to foreigners. Foreigners being not even happening here in the Virgin Islands. So again, it's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing it, I'm bringing it to you. But the issue still remains VINGN. Who owns, or have we settled this issue between these companies and yourself in terms of who owns the space in these when we dig into the community, who has to pay who because again, like I say, we still back to square one. Have we settled that issue at least?
I'm not sure, Senator, the specific issue.
Mr. Madam's mic, please.
I think you mentioned that you had space in your system where you could take on, I guess, what is Via or Liberty or different thing like that, and again, it's a back and forth.
Open access is
open access.
If Liberty or actually Liberty and Via are customers of VINGN.
Okay.
In one instance, we provide undersea cable, and in other instances, we provide connectivity as migration is happening. So as Liberty builds out their network, they will use more of their network and less of VINGN's. And as Via modernizes their network, they'll use more of our network in some instances where it makes sense. But we're open access, and we also have a collaboration with WAPA on shared infrastructure to make that open and available to whoever
1 minute.
asks for it.
Okay, so in basically in closing before my time ends, Puerto Rico, I've been getting a lot of over Via. I live in the north. Get a lot of alerts from Puerto Rico, silver alerts, I think they are, and stuff. And all these alerts come in Spanish. So I don't even know I don't know if you're aware of it. On the north end, the regular alerts that come in anytime.
30 seconds.
And the advertising by Liberty and by Via, excellent. Keep up that advertising. And for Via, I know I want for Christmas, okay? I want a Via phone for Christmas. But in closing, like I mentioned in the beginning about the storm 200 plus miles away from us. Are we ready right now for if that storm was to shift and we get hit with a hurricane, communication-wise, are we ready to still provide service to the people of the territory? I'll close on that. You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. You may respond.
Yes, I think you asked me two questions. The first one regarding your telephone that died and you need to change the chipset. Later on, I can get your information to answer your particular situation. But we are moving from what we call the AT&T system or network into the Liberty system or network. So we need to transition all the phones from that network in order for our network. We will have three sites different for resiliency in the States and in Puerto Rico, so never the network goes down. But in order to do that change, we need to map all the phones and all the clients, and all the clients has to have always the latest software version on their phone. That's why we mentioned that we send an email and an SMM in advance to the people so they come to the office, because based on their model, we might need a chipset change, or based on their model, we might need to change the complete telephone until we transition that. So for the second question regarding preparedness for Philip, here you see the picture of Philip. We have what we call a disaster recovery plan, which is implemented here in USVI and in Puerto Rico. Every time there's a storm coming out of Africa, depending on the distance from the storm, we have a checklist here in the USVI of what everybody needs to do 10 days before the storm, 7 days before the storm, 5 days before the storm, 3 days before the storm. So every area, retail, stores, warehousing, operation, everybody has their own checklist. And we have a committee which we meet every day until the day of the storm and review the checklist, bringing out what they need in order to provide. So yes, we're prepared for the storm, but if I get a lot of permits faster, then we get our network ready underground faster.
Yes, plus we have 100% of our cells, I have battery and generator backup.
Yes. Yes.
Plus over 55% with underground fiber.
Mr. Please mention your name before you speak every time. Mr. Adams, you want to respond also?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make 3 very quick points. Since the 2017 hurricanes, the change that VINGen has made, and it's important to note that VINGen's network was not down after the hurricanes. Our network remained up, but since then we have also built in more resiliency into our network. In my testimony, I spoke of the upgrades from 10 gigs to 100 gigs. That's part of our resiliency. We also have greater communications with our ISP partners. When I joined VINGen and VIA did not even have a partnership or communications. Now it's much stronger. And then lastly, VINGen conducts monthly checklists of our infrastructure and prepared for hurricanes. We participate with VITEMA in preparation for any weather events.
Very well, thank you. Point of information, Senator Boquez.
Similarly for VIO, we have a disaster preparedness plan. As a matter of fact, at 3 o'clock today, Geraldine Pitt, CEO for VIO. We have a disaster preparedness plan. Today at 3 o'clock, we had our meeting. We keep our eyes on the storm. I mean, at the end of the day, we have done a lot of investment in terms of power, especially batteries, backup. Invariably, you find some cell sites does not start or some nodes start because either it's triggered by the voltage fluctuation, and that means we have to get somebody out to the site. But normally we're able to get those back up pretty quickly once you get to the site. Norway is like 30 minutes away. Of course, during a hurricane or a storm, that becomes even more difficult. And so some cases, our major infrastructure, we are putting double generator power, and we have changed out a whole lot of batteries and more in our 2024 budget. I think we'll also benefit as a team from having, I know Stephen and I have been having conversation about being each other's backup as well, so that if something goes down, a fiber cut on my network, I can jump onto his network via NGN, and that's an ongoing conversation. Right now, though, we have explored with them alternative connectivity to keep St. Croix connected. We've also had increased capacity back to the United States and give us a redundant route as well. So a lot has gone in since then. Would we always be perfect? Would we always stay up? I can't say that because that's just the nature of what we do, but more collaboration and, of course, the continuous investment helps.
Thank you for that. Senator Boquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information stems from the previous senator's question that CEO Adams referenced the expansion of Liberty. And then, of course, my curiosity settled in concerning Liberty's plans based on the testimony to build out 40% of the required expansion for homes, which was 18,400 by 2024. as mandated by the Connect USVI program. Given the permitting delays and what issues you've actually experienced, what steps are you taking to ensure that you can meet that milestone and complete the project by 2027?
Question, we have all the materials needed for that and already on the island. We have the equipment already on the island. We have hired 2 subcontractors here in the island also, companies from the island. What we're waiting are the permits. If we get the permits approved, we put the machine to run because we have everything here. We're, into a point that we're getting desperate because we don't have the permits.
Okay. We're in the last portion of the last quarter of 2023 going into 2024. And you're saying that all you need is the permits in order to meet that 2024 mark for that 40%.
Correct. And if it gets delayed, then it's going to be more harder because I need to bring more people to work. And in every business, you want to do a ramp up, smooth, and then ramp down. Right now, I lost 2022. I'm losing 2023, so I'm going to have to do a big work on 2024 or go to the FCC and say, I'm not getting the permits in order to construct.
For this committee's clarity, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. For this committee's clarity, could you express or explain to us exactly what permits that you need in order to make this
Yes,
benchmark?
we have 57 permits on DPW's commissioner desk that are for the zones and the area that they suggested us to do first in order to comply with the timeline. And addition to that, we just talked today, so we're going to be meeting next Monday in Puerto Rico. If we get the pole permit with those 2 things, we can ramp up and deliver.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquez. We will stand in recess for 2 minutes. The committee stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. Before I go to Senator Joseph, during a break, we have decided that we will intercede and meet with the Commissioner for DPNR, Commissioner for Public Works, and OMB, along with WAPA and Liberty, in respect to moving the process forward, because number one, it's too important and critical for our people, because we're talking about $7 to $27 million in federal grants. And it's unacceptable for us to just sit by and do nothing. That's our job. We have oversight, and we will use it if we have to. So we'll try to meet behind closed doors, and if it can't work out, we will subpoena individuals and come right back here, and you'll have to answer in front of everyone. So please be noted. Be noted. You put a notice. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone, especially all of our testifiers here who are testifying for the telecommunication industry, as well as the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I want to thank you so much for taking time out today and all the hard work you do to assure that one of the most vital aspect of our community is in working order, which is communication. Communication is first in any type of natural disaster. We need communication every day here in the legislature, and we should communicate respectfully and be able to get the work done in a coordinated manner. So I want to ask a question of you, Ms. Pitts. Specifically, I want to applaud your evolution and migration into your app that you have mentioned that is going to be more accessible to your customers via mobile app and the internet. However, I have a deep concern for that digital bridge that you mentioned, because we have a growing population of elders. I call them the silver tsunami. Okay, and they do not have that ability to actually connect to the internet. And so it's always on my mind. If we are providing any type of service, it has to be at the level of the least among us. What are we doing to assure that that customer service is still available to those individuals who do not have the ability to access an app?
Right. So when I spoke of that, I'm really talking about meeting customers where they want to be met. So our customer care calls, that is not going away.
Excellent.
The idea that a customer can call us with any issue, that is not going away. What we're trying to do as well is to reduce the number of elderly people who have to find themselves down to deal with an issue, whereas we can easily address some of those issues on the phone or send somebody to their homes.
Okay, good.
So that is not going away.
I just wanted to assure that that is not going away, because even though I don't have too many silver hairs, I sometimes prefer to actually have the conversation with the human being.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I also wanted to now go to you, Mr. Adams. I want to thank you for your testimony. Kindly follow me to page 1. How much money did you receive in ARPA fund, and how much have you expended thus far? You mentioned that in paragraph 4 of page 1.
We have received, we have been awarded $10.8 million from ARPA.
10.8?
$10.8 million.
And how much
ARPA.
has been expended thus far?
Probably about $5 million of it.
5 million. Okay, and this grant ends in, I believe the ARPA money ends in 2026. Are you amenable to what Ms. Pitts had mentioned regarding using some of this $27 million grant to help support the subsidy as a subsidy for their operation?
Well, that grant is managed out of OMB, is the BEAD. So,
but you are in communication with the OMB director, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, so my question, even though it's managed, you are the technical human being. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you are the technical person. I'm asking a question. Have you had any conversations regarding that request? Because I'm sure this is not Ms. Pitt's first time.
No, it's not. And what is being requested is reasonable under the. It's reasonable.
It's an allowable cost?
It's an allowable cost.
Thank you kindly. Now let me switch to Mr. Portela. Mr. Portela, I had
30
the
seconds.
opportunity to sit in a PSC meeting last month where you outlined some of the similar challenges that you have delineated here today in your testimony. And I want to say that I appreciate the level of frustration you and your team must be going through, and you actually came up with another subsequent plan so that you could have that house-to-house connection. Let me ask you, is there, Mr. Chairman, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, is there any type of fees that you are supposed to pay to the Virgin Islands Department Public Works regarding these digs?
Actually, right now, they don't have a fee.
Can you kindly speak into the mic?
Yes, actually, right now, they don't have a fee signed for us to pay.
Okay, did you inherit an agreement when you purchased VI broadband that would require that that agreement stood with the Department of Planning, this Department of Public Works, that there are costs associated with those digs, impact fees?
I'm going to refer to Wanda.
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
Yes, Ms. Pavella, she can come to the mic on the end.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to abuse
I'll
you.
hold your time. Don't stress yourself.
Hello, Senators. Thank you for the question. My name is Wanda Perez. I'm Government Affairs Counsel for Liberty Mobile.
Just a little bit slower so our stenographer could be able to scribe and all of this information. Kindly repeat your name.
Wanda Perez Alvarez from Liberty Mobile, Government Affairs Counsel.
Thank you.
Yes. So to your question, there was an agreement. That agreement is not fully in effect since DPW decided to negotiate additional requirements for the build-out. So in those conversations, the fees have come up, but DPW hasn't established a fee yet.
Okay, so when did the agreement expire?
It didn't expire.
Okay, so you have an agreement if it has not expired.
Yes.
Okay? You have an agreement because it has not expired. So whatever those costs are based on that agreement, you are supposed to be paying because you purchased VI broadband. At least my understanding. And I'm not a lawyer, you know.
No, and
I just have some common sense.
Sure, and I understand, and I kind of agree with your common sense. Unfortunately, when we started negotiations with DPW at the beginning of the build-out, they decided it wasn't going to be it wasn't going to be used, the agreement, because the agreement states particularly that they have to give us permits in a specific amount of time, which is not actually happening.
Mr. Chairman, if we could get a copy of that agreement, because that's part of public documents, to the chair. Thank you so much. Mr. Andrew, I don't have any questions for you today, but it's good to see you and your team here. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I go to Senator Gittins, not Senator Pato or Gittins, Senator Pato, before I go to Senator, but I think Senator Gittins said you have to go back and catch a plane also. Okay, before I go to Senator Potter, let me ask you, CEO Smith and also Liberty. CEO Smith, can you expound on the poll agreement for me, please? Because I had a conversation with your staff member. So can you speak to the poll agreement, and I'll continue.
No, absolutely. This is Andrew Smith, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. What the pole attachment governs is a number of things. One is to Senator Joseph's question about fees. There are annual charges for attaching to WAPA's poles. Other fees that are involved in that are, for example, in some instances, poles have to be upgraded. That cost is on the installer, so the telecom provider. To the extent that there are engineering or other, capacity assessments on the poles, right? Can they support the weight of the equipment that's being attached? That is all the cost of all of that is the responsibility of the provider who's looking to attach to our poles, right? Because one thing I think that's important to recognize in that is that WAPA's only source of revenue is its customers otherwise, right? And so it's unfair and would be inappropriate for our utility customers to bear the cost of attaching telecommunications or other equipment to our poles. And so those costs are the responsibility of the telecom provider. The agreements then govern a lot of the typical things that you would see in agreements, right? Who's liable for things, who's responsible for providing. We have to have technical data on the information about what's being attached to the poles, have to comply with safety requirements and those sorts of things. I know that's a high-level conversation of it. Attorney Sinclair could certainly go into greater depth if you would so desire.
Not necessarily. What I would like is for us to get a copy of that agreement so we can move forward, because, again, it is critical that we move forward based on the amount of funding that's available and based on our customer needs. Attorney, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yeah, Dion Sinclair, General Counsel for the Authority. Okay, sorry. Better? Okay. With respect to the agreement, we are in the process of updating it because of a number of factors, but primarily because there were recent safety codes that were passed this year in 2023. The industry is still coming to terms with the best practice for implementation of many of those protocols. And so we are working our way through the agreement with respect to that. There's also pricing that has to be considered, particularly if we are not going to await the GIS study. Because if we're not awaiting the GIS study, the make-ready costs, so this is the personal assessments for the poles, the load, the engineering, all of that would have to be borne by the third party. And so we would have to determine how to assess that, how to price it, and then how to put that into the agreement itself.
So do we have a time frame for the completion of that process? Because remember, we're running against time. So
Okay.
what's the drop dead date in terms of?
There are many things happening simultaneous, right? That these started in 2021. So in terms of the study, certain islands will be completed earlier than others. We anticipate St. Croix and St. John, at least with the field study being completed by year's end, with St. Thomas maybe in the first quarter of next year.
Okay, very well. I'm sorry, Senator Pata. Senator Carrillo, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers that are here with us this afternoon. I really wanted to piggyback on the question one of my colleagues mentioned with regards to the area code. Who owns the right to the 340 area code? And what's the reason behind the companies requiring customers to change their local area code for an out-of-territory area code? Could you please provide some clarifications surrounding these policies? For Via and Liberty, is this happening with Via?
No, it isn't.
Aware that it's happening with Liberty either. We can provide more information if it is.
Okay, because I know currently, well, before Liberty took over was AT&T, and I had purchased a phone personally through AT&T. I think it was in the middle of the transition, and the area code that I was getting was a New York area code. And little did I know until maybe 2 bills later, or 3, actually, that I was being charged taxes and service charges for schools and police and all kinds of things out of New York. And it was a phone that was purchased here in St. Croix. So it is happening, at least I know, within Now Liberty, which was AT&T.
Well,
And I know a number of individuals that have purchased phones locally and have stateside area code on phones that have been purchased here.
Yes, Senator.
So Liberty assisted in those corrections. Sorry, let me just finish the process. And in making those changes, I got the number change, and those charges were reimbursed to me. Go ahead.
Yes, Senator, thank you. So during the acquisition, Liberty and AT&T basically divided customers based on their phone number, sometimes addresses in their bills. So maybe your phone, for some reason, was identified as an out-of-state number. But as you mentioned, the situation, I understand, was corrected, and has situations similar to yours been corrected. But that happened during the acquisition. It's not happening now.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I will also do a bit more research because I'm aware of individuals that are purchasing phone locally and having that issue, but that we don't have any representatives from Boost Mobile today.
No, Senator.
Oh, very well. Also, regards to, I'm getting some complaints with regards to replacement of phone quality. Some customers are reporting that the replacement phones that they receive are lower quality compared to their previous ones. For instance, someone with a Samsung 9 might receive an A3 phone, which may not be similar value. If they wish to have a Samsung 23, they're asked to purchase it. Could you please address this concern and look into this matter? I think this was more with Via.
No, I'm not exactly sure that that's a Via. If it is
1
with
minute.
Via, I need to investigate it because it doesn't even sound familiar to me.
Very well. And with regards to the federal broadband funding, is it the testimony of Liberty, who purchased broadband here in St. Croix, that their federal funding is in jeopardy because of the permitting process? I just want some clarity in regards to that.
30 seconds.
Yes, that's our testimony.
All right. And how are you addressing this issue?
Well, we have to meet certain very specific guidelines which were mentioned in our testimony. We have had multiple meetings with DPW's commissioner. Unfortunately, we are where we are, and as stated in our testimony, we have a number of permitting packages submitted. Some have been waiting for months and months and haven't been approved, even though we are in continuous communication with them and have tried to submit packages for the areas they have said they would approve. So apart from that, apart from continue talking to DPW, we have reached out to the PSC. We are reaching out to the Senate for cooperation. Other than that, we have talked to the FCC about this because we have to inform them about our progress. So the FCC is aware of this. So that's basically all we can do. But we are facing an incredible pressure because we are in jeopardy of not meeting our milestones, which would be devastating.
Well, and just in closing, if you can share with us some of the service coverage areas that you have been able to make some improvement in. We know we have some areas, blind spots and gaps within your coverage area, via and also Liberty. So can you share with us what improvements have you been able to obtain thus far? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. You may respond.
Regarding the areas of improvement, we already launched the west east side in St. Croix. Also, we launched another one in St. Thomas in the Yash Haven area, and we have the plan for another 8 between now and 2024. We can share the list later.
Very well. Senator Potter, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the telecommunication professionals who are before us today, to include Mr. Andrew Smith of the Water and Power Authority. It's really amazing how basic communication mishaps can stymie progress. And I think that I'm speaking specifically concerning the pole attachment agreements. Mr. Smith, I think you were candid in saying that you hadn't had any conversations with the gentleman or the individuals from Liberty, but you're committed to doing so moving forward. And I really commend the chair for inserting the chair into this process. Too much is really at stake for us to not make this a huge priority. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Portela, about 5G technology. And just for my edification and for the people of the Virgin Islands, I wanted to understand what's the big deal, the big thing about 5G technology from a customer standpoint. What are we going to experience differently once 5G is fully deployed? And I wanted to understand how we compare, just from a deployment standpoint, how we compare with our counterparts on the mainland in terms of, just the whole accessibility of the 5G technology.
Yes, I'm going to refer the question to Victor. It's the C-RAN expert and 5G expert. So.
Excellent.
Hi. Good afternoon. Basically, the experience on the 5G will be more on the speed, on the throughput. You will have like 3 times the speed comparing with any LTE network. Currently in USVI, we have 52% of the sites already with 5G, with only with one band. Eventually, we will continue growing, but that is important that we complete the fiber deployment, because on all of the sites that we have the fiber, we have 5G. And that's the reason that we need to put the pressure to deliver the fiber in order that we can improve the bandwidth and the speed. That's basically the summary. As soon as we complete the fiber, we will complete the 5G overlay.
Okay. How are other jurisdictions on the mainland, I guess rural areas, I mean, how are they comparing to us as far as full 5G deployment?
Yes.
Are we behind, significantly behind schedule?
We are, depending on the areas, but for example, the most important is the amount of spectrum. And that's something that we're working to acquire more spectrum and more fiber in order to be at the same level of the mainland. To give an idea, we improved 6% of the footprint of 5G from last year to this year. That means that we have around 92% of footprint of 5G coverage. If you compare this with other rural areas in the mainland, we are ahead of that. If you compare with the major cities, but we are a little bit behind. But I can say that we are in the middle of the equation.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't want to go without mentioning Ms. Pitt of VIA. I know you mentioned this whole customer first mindset and commitment to customer service. It sounds good, and it's such an important thing. I think it's a winning business model, the idea of commitment to customer service. And I must say, in the territory, it just feels different. Just doesn't feel as though we have that same customer first commitment I'm not talking about VIA, just in general in this community. So it's really refreshing when you explain that this is a major commitment of VIA. And I'm hoping that it's something more than mere words, but it is something that is going to be sustained effort from VIA.
Yes, Senator. And so if I can just give a very quick overview of what we're doing. Not just the survey that we've conducted with the 400 residential
seconds.
and 100 business customers, but we have undertaken extensive mapping of our entire customer journey. That is from how does a customer find out about us? What happens when they come into the store? What information should they have on their apps and their home so that they can now get to know VIA better? How do they better understand the value of the products? People use products all the time, not understanding its full value and its full potential. So we have mapped all of that out. We have mapped out what our store should look like, how we should be serving the customers, how do we answer a call, and I mean, it's really an extensive exercise. So it's a combination of the feedback from the customer and the customer mapping journey. And this is the biggest project. It is my mission for 2024. In no uncertain terms, my team knows. I come from a customer care background, and my team clearly understand that there's no other winning proposition than to put your customer first. Everything else can be matched. If we can get that advantage, we are well on our way. And I think that kind of mindset change needs to happen.
I love the sound of that, Ms. Pitt. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one final question, and it may have been mentioned today, and I apologize if it was. I know I was earlier last week, Mr. Portela, I was at the hospital, at Schneider Hospital, doing business there, and a young lady came up to me and said, look, I am frustrated with my phone. She said, I have a phone service with Liberty, and for some reason, I'm no longer able to send picture texts or picture messages. I don't know, I may not be saying it correctly. And she said that it suddenly stopped. She said she contacted Liberty, and she was told that she has to get an upgrade. And I read somewhere in your testimony, you mentioned something about, I wasn't sure if it was the same thing, because you mentioned that that was a free upgrade, and she indicated that there was a cost associated with that upgrade. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to sort of give some clarity to that and to see if you're familiar with that type of experience that a member of the constituency was experiencing.
In particular cases, we want to communicate with the person to see what is the particular case, because in the transfer from our AT&T system to our core, everything is free. You know, it's done automatically. We communicate with them. But also, you know, as salespeople do, they might be telling me, if you want another upgrade of a phone, that might cost. So we need to see the particular case in order to investigate and let you know what it is. But mostly the change and the transition is free.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your leeway, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the 5G conversation, and having WAPA here with the polls, 5G, I understand, is a close pole proximity system. What you need is the poles that WAPA have conducive to mounting a 5G system. And if I'm wrong, you could just clarify.
Yes, currently we have 5G on the macro sites. It's already in service. But you are right, we have an opportunity to do a small cells or CRAN to have densification. And part of the option, we can use a WAPA pole attachment, but we can use our own pole. But we don't need to do that to have 5G. This is densification to add a specific capacity and speed for some dense areas. But it's part of the 5G, but we don't need to do it only on the CRAN or small cells.
All right,
Okay.
thank you. And I also had a question in that respect, but mine was to VA NGN, because you spoke to 52% coverage thus far, and you said fiber equals speed. So my question was in respect to your statement with VA NGN in the areas you have not reached as yet. For those areas, is VA NGN already in those areas? And if so, is there any way to work with them in terms of leasing fiber or however it works? Can you speak to that?
Yes. Currently, we are having some areas that we're still on microwave, that we are using VINGN to deliver the last mile on the fiber. But this is temporary until we deliver our own fiber.
Okay, very well. And also, we do have the small cell legislation that you did give to us. It's been in legal and they're having some issues with it, so they're trying to fix that before it comes out. But I just wanted to let you know that it was submitted to the legal division, okay?
Good to know.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Please allow me as well to convey my condolences to the Hansen family on the passing of our esteemed colleague who have served a strong 11 terms here in this body. But as I sit here today and listen to the discussion, I must say I want to thank the chair first for this hearing and the unavailability of two of our government agencies who are not here is truly disappointing to me as we discuss what we're discussing here today. As the liaison to the White House, I am aware of the hundreds of billions of dollars that the Biden-Harris administration have signed into law, providing the bipartisan infrastructure deal, one of the largest ever. And all of you sitting before us have access to these monies. So it is disappointing as this deal is supposed to actually set to rebuild roads, bridges, greater access to high-speed internet, access to clean drinking water. And we are here today literally suffering. I don't understand this. People got to work. And if we don't have those individuals, we need to find them, employ them, and take advantage of this. These monies are here for us. I've been asking not only Vitima as the coordinating head during disasters, but I've been asking the Water and Power Authority, Department of Public Works, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and even via, I've asked publicly if you all are not putting your heads together to invest in what we call a CAD system, the Computer-Aided Design System. And I want to ask that again, especially after seeing what in the St. Thomas St. John district had to endure the other day with the digging someplace and damaging some lines that you had to go into the rotation power. What are we doing to explore the possibilities of having a CAD system? And again, the CAD system is that system that allows, digitally creating 2D drawings or 3D models, mapping out all our assets, to include underground assets. Wherever lines are are buried, you will know exactly where they are, what depth they are. So I don't care who comes after, you will know exactly where or how deep to dig. Anyone at the table, are you all communicating on working to get a CAD system? And I truly wish Public Works and DPNR was here, because I want them to start the
30
process
seconds.
through Vitima and with WAPA, so that we can get our act together and then bring in the private sector.
Senator, thanks for the question.
But before you go, I really want to, I want WAPA, since you're the only semi-government entity here, if you could start, and then we go to my good friend, Ms. Pitt.
I can, and thank you for the question, Senator. The first thing, since you mentioned the outage,
Time.
I would like to take a second and speak to that, if I may. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the men and women of WAPA who work 24 hours, 7 days a week for a week. The inconvenience we put on our customers is unacceptable, right? It absolutely is. But we did the restoration, we did it, we didn't hurt anybody. So first and foremost, that's most important. I can assure this body we have already launched a postmortem of the outage. We will evaluate what went wrong. A few things went right, and we'll put corrective action in place. Period. Right, and I pledge that to everyone. We've already started that process. In terms of the computer-aided design, I'd have to defer to our engineering department. I know we have coordinated discussions with DPW about where we are digging, waste management as well, right, as to where things will be undergrounded, how things will be paved. Electric on one side of the road, water on the other side of the road. In fact, we were just discussing a federal grant program that ODR has really spearheaded. That as opposed to having individual design firms for a project that WAPA may be undertaking, a project that DPW may be undertaking, we actually have a coordinated design firm doing all of that. I would assume, not being an engineer, that a computer-aided design is part of that. I would like to make a differentiation, though, that the line that was damaged was buried in the early 1970s, right? So I'm not sure how a computer-aided design today would have helped with that dynamic, but it's certainly something that I will inquire with my engineering team about, because I know we do talk about coordinated installation and projects.
Well, hopefully each time or as years go by, we would upgrade and know. So even if it was buried in 1968, I'm saying at some point today in 2023, we need to not only have the talks of this system, but put our monies where our mouths are.
Understood.
Ms. Pitt, you wanted to...
Yeah, so while the coordination itself may not be happening, what we are doing is we do use AutoCAD to map our current infrastructure. As for some of the older infrastructure, one of the things that we're going to be doing with the resiliency funds that we have gotten from the FCC, as you know, our funding has been reduced by 10 million, but we have 5 million to be able to do resiliency and redundancy. And one of the projects there is to map our infrastructure and label them, because not only do we have the old infrastructure, but even after the hurricanes, things may have been built back hastily in not necessarily according to plans, as you can understand why, but we need to know where those are. We have a lot of maps, and we're trying to digitize those as well.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude here, again, I'm truly concerned about protecting our critical infrastructure, especially after having a hearing the other day and learning from Vitima that it took them 3 years to realize that one of our tsunami sirens went missing right here in the territory. 3 years. Totally unacceptable. So, Mr. Smith, do you have an inventory of your utility poles planted throughout the territory?
Is in process. I mentioned that in my prepared testimony, and then in answer to a previous question. We requested or pursued a federal grant that we put the RFP out in August of 2021. That geo mapping and inventory of our system is in process now. It's a $6.7 million project, so it's a large project. It will category, inventory, geolocate all of our equipment, right? Not only where it is, but what it is, what's installed, and all the pertinent infrastructure. And so to the telecommunications we're talking about today, locating infrastructure will be much, much easier once that is complete. That's due to be done on St. Croix and St. John here in the next 1 to 2 months. St. Thomas will be done early next year.
And so I'll just conclude that all of you sitting here today, whether telecommunications or utility companies, provide services that are essential to life around here. And we all have a responsibility to safeguard and protect these services, and I expect nothing less. So I'm asking you all again, and I think I'm going to have to pen something in writing and send it especially to our governmental agencies first, being Vitima, WAPA, DPW, DPNR, etc., so that we can take the lead on this, because I do think that in 2023, we need to have this system in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And you know, with all that we are discussing here this afternoon, and we're speaking to speed, we're speaking to all of the different issues, but what it all boils down to, though, we are dealing with a large, underserved individuals that use these services. So my question is in terms of affordability. What does that look like for all of these different agencies and entities in respect to affordability once all that we are speaking to is done? What would that space look like for the customers? I'll start with
Well,
Oh,
go ahead, you go.
Liberty, then Via.
So we are very well aware of that affordability is very important to our customers. We do we have been promoting the ACP program, which helps for that. One thing that wasn't mentioned is that the ACP program might be running out of funds next year. So we encourage the USVI to use BEAD funding to have a local subsidy for that. Regarding affordability in general, we think our offers, we offer very affordable offers to our customers.
Via?
So I'm happy to hear that Liberty is also promoting the ACP. We all know, though, that as VIA goes through the community, we take that initiative extremely seriously. Not only do we turn up at Department of Health or Housing, collaborating with Housing as well, but also going to those communities, the shows, the expos, as I've outlined before. Affordability it's really a lot dependent on costs. We are in a smaller market, and I think that's why the FCC recognizes that we are underserved and hard to serve, expensive to serve areas, and that's why all of that funding is being made available. But it's crucial to understand that right now, the access is probably not a fundamental problem in the Virgin Islands. It really is affordability. So I'm happy that the legislature could adopt, and I'm sorry that OMB could not be here, but Stephen did a good job in explaining part of what the BEAD funding. That funding can seriously use to move the needle on affordability. It is no different from housing, as I said before, and that is absolutely important. We have the infrastructure. We will have the infrastructure again. So we can't be talking about access. It is about affordability. It is expensive to build. If we want private sector investment, there's only so little you can charge. And therefore, there is a role for government in a subsidized environment.
And well said, and that is why it's incumbent upon us to really have those backdoor meetings and make sure and assure that, we do what's necessary to move forward. We're going to do one rapid round for anyone who has a burning question. So, Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sort of going to stem from that same question you asked, because BEAD funding is somewhere between $25 to $27 million. OMB is administering the fund. However, I would have preferred to see either VINGN or BIT administer the fund, to be quite honest. However, it is what it is. And Mr. Adams, I spoke to you earlier, and I told you you're the most important man in the room today. And I say that because you are the middle provider. You are the wholesaler. Without the existence of the entity that you chair or run, the other companies would not be able to access some of the services that they, in turn, give to the community. And we mentioned ISPs and determining the end user pricing. So, as the leader in your agency at VINGN, can you explain or give us some insight on how you and your staff are going to work with the ISP providers to ensure that they provide potentially lower end user internet pricing for the people of the Virgin Islands?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Very thoughtful. First of all, I would like to say, just for the record, VINGN was initially the administrator of the BEAD program, and I was the director, and the NTIA felt that that was a conflict of interest, and they moved it to OMB. And that's partially why it's taken so long to implement the program, because OMB was swamped. We have been assisting Director O'Neill in being able to stand up that office. We do have a very, very strong candidate that a job offer has been made to. We're hopeful that that person will be joining soon. And then all those questions go to that person. Also on the ACP, you did not ask this directly, but both my colleagues here did mention it. We have also been petitioning the FCC to increase the allocation for the Virgin Islands to a high-cost area. And under that, there's more monies available for the ACP program. And VINGN has taken a very strong position with that, since we are the representative of the FCC for ACP in the territory. As respect to cost, one of the things that, as a wholesaler, you're only providing value if somebody wants to buy from you, right? Liberty and VIA are not mandated to buy from us. It's incumbent upon us to be able to provide a product they want to buy. So we're constantly trying to bring our cost structure down so that the buy-build decision becomes more of a buy versus build, right? That's something I've stated. And in some cases, as far as undersea cable, it's much more feasible to buy from VINGN to lay new undersea cable, which VIA has done. And in running to cell towers where our network always exists, it's cheaper temporarily to buy than to build, which is what Liberty is doing. But we also know that those things will go away in time, which is why we're accelerating our diversification strategy. As Liberty comes up to speed on their own network, we will lose more and more of that business over time. We're in strong support of Liberty and VIA. We believe fiber to the home is a very important project, although VINGN will only be involved as much as Liberty decides to utilize our network.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. CEO Adams, let me ask you in respect to your response in terms of getting someone on board. I know we have timelines. I know you have to have community meetings, etc. Are we going to meet the deadline?
Yes, it's going to be tight. OMB, for the BEAD, I personally have been involved with the selection process and to be able to try to make it a fair and equitable process, because we too can benefit from the BEAD program. However, I'm wearing a territory hat rather than a VINGN hat in that regards, because we want to make sure that Liberty and VIA are supported in those programs. And as both have indicated, subsidies are an allowable expense there, but it's up to the BEAD director to determine that after doing an assessment of the needs of the territory. and also to take into account the needs of the ISPs to be able to provide low-cost internet to the territory.
How much time have we lost?
6 to 8 months. We have lost that in calendar time, but in actuality, probably 2 months because my team, not just me, I have a very strong team, has been participating in NTIA events. So we keep abreast of the BEAD program as well as the DE, Digital Equity Program, because they're sister grants. And so once this individual is hired, we will assist in the onboarding process, bring them up to speed, and then tell them good luck, and then hopefully that they succeed.
Well, we appreciate that, and I honestly hope and pray that you still stay connected and see it through in terms of assuring that, they get the support that's needed. Because that's your area of expertise, not OMB, so I appreciate what you're doing on behalf of the territory.
Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I basically have two. For CEO Smith, in regards to poles that are going in, I take the downtown area at Savannah, Garden Street. Those areas have a lot of what we call step streets that your trucks can't get into to put in these poles and stuff. In trying to support the systems that they have, do you have a plan in place to address some of these step streets, whether it's for poles, whether it's for fixing lights or whatever? Is that a part of your plan that you're trying to work out also with these gentlemen for Liberty and Via, if anything?
Senator, I don't know the answer to that question. I would have to defer. Ms. Blyden, I don't know if you know the answer to that question, but I would have to talk to the experts and get back to you.
Amby Blyden, Interim Manager of Planning and Design, VI WAPA. That is an assessment that's part of the GIS as well. Once we get a good overview of the system, we can do better planning to address some of those concerns.
Okay, I can speak to you offline on that. And finally, for me, what's happening, because it sounds like CEO Smith, not Smith, Mr. Adams, you just mentioned in regards to violate the own line, you say, on the water line, and then go ahead.
Yes.
And then you say Liberty bought their own system. See, one thing I'm afraid of in the Virgin Islands, right, is giving up the rights what seem to belong to the government, belong to the people. And I say it like this in terms of VINGN, to my knowledge, was created by the government. And it's touted that VINGN has the fastest speeds almost in the United States. We have a system in place, so when people come from away, my chest up in the air, and we could talk about how fast VINGN speeds are and stuff and things like this. Now to hear these two multi-million-dollar companies coming in here and basically creating their own infrastructure, what really does that tell the layperson, myself, and other persons, is going on in our territory? If we are touting to have the fastest speeds, how come companies are coming in and providing and building out their own infrastructures? Is it mandated that way, that there's nothing that can be done? Okay, so if that's the case, then I would just like to hear it from everybody, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to make a distinction between VINGN and Liberty and Via first, because I think that's the most critical part. We're a middle mile provider. So the network that Liberty is laying currently is very similar to VINGN's, except for theirs is a turnkey system end to end, right? They have the middle mile and the last mile. We are out of the last mile business. We are not in that business. We will not enter that business. We have 10 customers. We have Liberty and Via, and we have 8 smaller ISPs. Each one of them has a different need from VINGN. In some cases, we do everything up to plugging in at the home. This legislature building, all the government buildings are on VINGN's network. with different ISPs as the last mile. When at the end of the day, if graphically, if our pipe is this big, this building has a pipe this big coming in of data, and this pipe is going to grow to that big when we're done with our upgrades. But if your service provider provides you this much, that's what you're going to get. So it all depends on what what plan you buy from your end users. If you're on VINGN's network, then you're going to have good performance. You're going to have good performance on Via's network. You're going to have great performance on Liberty's as well. Currently, Liberty is our #1 customer, right? Because they were part of Broadband VI. That will change over time as they bring their own network up to speed. So what you see is a hybrid between their migration from our network to their own network. There's hiccups in there. But when they're done, they will have a throughput that's comparable to ours. Via has a throughput that's comparable to ours. And Ms. Pitt was speaking about earlier in her testimony about doing fiber to the businesses in the business district. That upgrade that they're doing in the downtown area is very similar to our middle mile ring. So, but I would like to harken back to the beginning of my testimony. At the end of the day, we are over-networked here. We have way too many networks. And then this conversation about beating up on WAPA about pole rights. VINGN is already on WAPA poles. We have an agreement with WAPA that we could easily go anywhere in the territory without going through all this permitting process. The quickest way to get to all the homes on the poles is to go through VINGN. It's not to be able to get permitting through permitting. It's just like, I already have a relationship, I have an MOU in place to be able to put anything on their poles.
Okay, like I said, just for Via and Liberty.
Right. No. I also want to just a little clarity on the.
Ms. Pitt, mic, please.
Sorry, just a little clarity on the original question. The idea of us buying VINGN has undersea cable to St. Croix. We have permission to build one as well. We have chosen not to build one, but instead use VINGN. So that's what Stephen referred to earlier. So they are going to be for us on the sea. We are in the final stages of hooking that up. It gives us redundancy so that we can now, in case we have a different route, that we can get to St. Croix and by extension get off the island. But also we have to keep in mind that at the time that VINGN was came about, at the same time, Via was mandated to build a network as well. And so, and I know Stephen and I have this conversation back and forth all the time. I keep saying, well, one, we don't need to use one network in the Virgin Islands, where is a redundancy. So that's part of the issue for me. But secondly, it is difficult to ask, after having spent $70 to $90 million in building a network that you were mandated to do, to say to shelf all of that and use only Stevens mid-mile. I can understand the benefit, but we are not at the infancy stage where we are asking to roll out our own and leaving his behind. That's not Via's position.
And Liberty?
Yes, so a couple of things I want to address. Wanda Perez for Liberty Mobile. First, part of our commitment to connect to SVI, the federally funded program, is to build our own network. So we can't just say, I'll rent from you. That would be in compliance with our commitment. And second, we've talked to CEO Adams about this. He states that he can, if we want to attach to WAPA poles, we should go through him. WAPA cannot provide discriminatory access to their poles. If VINGN has access to their poles today, we should have access to their poles today. So if we can go through VINGN to get access to the poles, and I please correct me if I understood you wrong, if we can get access to the poles with VINGN, then we should be able to get access to the poles on our own.
Point of clarity? May I have a point of clarity, Chairman?
Yes, and please state your name before you speak.
Stephen Adams, CEO of VINGN. As a point of clarity, with respect to WAPA, on using VINGN's network, we have fiber on our middle mile ring. Most of it is underground, and a lot of it, especially here in St. Thomas, is aerially. So we have excess capacity on our rings, and we're willing to license that out to the carriers to be able to provide connectivity. That's what I meant. I didn't mean that, to switch out and say, oh, well, you can go to us and we will go to WAPA and you can get attached. That's not what I meant. So the point of clarity is that they can license bandwidth from VINGN as they do today, but do it aerially. And lastly, the USVI Connect grant allows for Liberty to be able to license VINGN's bandwidth in lieu of building where appropriate and where it makes business sense.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. You may continue because I believe you're going to go where I'm going. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to wrap up, my point was, with all the money that's available for the infrastructure of communication, telecommunication in the territory, working together and doing the system where you're having problems with getting your contracts through and all of these problems, it could have been done through VINGN. Each of you still end up as a separate entity, but to come to one cost where you provide it. And I think with the competition-wise, it would produce a lower product, not lower product, a lower cost fee to the territory. But for everybody to be doing their own thing is what I think is the whole gist of what it is I was saying. Basically, everybody's building their own. So if everybody's building their own to come out to the same thing that we need, it puts us backwards every time. And we allow it in the territory all the time. Rather than saying, hey, this is where this is already established, use this. Everybody wants to build out. So by the time Liberty takes and build out their own system, 5 years, 10 years, you would have a perfect system then that you can make your money off of for Liberty only. Via has the same thing. They're competing all for the same product to deliver to the people. So what happens? The people are the ones who, well, we're going to just have to sit and wait until they figure out how it's to be done and all that. That's basically what we're trying to get at. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I want to show CEO Smith.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. This is Andrew Smith, Chief Executive Officer of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I want to be very clear about a statement that was made earlier here by Liberty, implying that we were not offering open access to everyone to our equipment. That is not true. There are very clear rules and laws that govern that, and I can assure you that WAPA adheres to all of those.
Okay, thank you for your statement. I want to ask a follow-up question to the senator before me for Liberty in respect to what CEO Adam stated in respect to access to his access to the polls through VINGN, whereas you don't have to wait. He's already licensed. What do you say in that respect to tap it into that option?
We have considered VINGN for other matters, but we don't, our assessment, and this is an engineering assessment, not a legal assessment, has not found their network to be up to standards, to the standards required.
Now, okay, thank you.
Can I respond?
You can, because we're trying to come up with solutions. You can respond.
Yeah. I've heard that argument before, and it's a hollow argument. AT&T used the exact same argument. The CEO of Liberty at the time, when we had this conversation, we had a spirited conversation, and he broke it down very clearly to me. He said, we're an EBITDA-driven company, which means that infrastructure, capital investments are very important to them. And from that standpoint, without getting into the business side of that, they have to own their own network. I get that. And so they will use VINGN's network to a point to be able to help them accelerate the build process. But at the end of the day, from an asset value perspective, they need to own their whole network. That's why VINGN's is not being used. Not because we have an inferior network, because if it's an inferior network, how are we able to do this simulcast? How is Government House able to operate? How is Wi-Fi throughout the territory able to happen? Why would Geraldine Pick license undersea cable for millions of dollars if we have an inferior network?
Okay, very well. I have a solution. In the interim, while you're waiting on us coming together to get the permits. Moving forward, let's have an area or whatever you would call it in the industry. Let's go ahead and basically connect to VINGN in that space while we're waiting for the other permits, and basically let the proof be in the pudding. That's a solution that benefits everyone. That's just my opinion. I'm not an expert, but that's common sense to me. We can do that. Okay, so like I said, we'll have yes, sir.
Yes, Ricardo Portela, Vice President of Technical Operation. As he mentioned earlier, that already is being done. We have been renting and adding circuits to the rent, but we need to remember that we have a commitment with the FCC. It's a commitment with the federal money granted to build USVI. And we need to do 85% underground. Also, we have a commitment with FirstNet that is to build underground. So it's only 15% where we need to attach to the poles that we can use some of the network. So we are trying as fast as we can to maximize that opportunity while we continue to build.
Okay, very well. Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your burning question, I'm sorry. Your burning question, I'm sorry.
Thank you for hosting this hearing this afternoon, much needed. The discussion that we're having today, I think is very relevant to the time, and we have to ensure that we get things done in territory that would benefit the people. With regards to VINGN, I wanted to ask you, ACP, the Affordability Connectivity Program, can you elaborate more on how members of our community can benefit from it? Because I understand it's a grant. I think you spoke a little bit about it on your testimony. How can they take advantage? Where can they go? Where can they call to be able to apply and take advantage of this opportunity?
ACP is an awesome program, and VIA and Liberty are both have been participating in that program, which we thoroughly support. VINGN's role in the ACP program is that our grant is to promote the program and not any particular ISP. Matter of fact, the FCC was very clear with us that we must remain neutral in that. So if you're WIC, SNAP, or in particular, or you can apply through ACP program website, and you be able to get a voucher. You turn that voucher into your ISP, and then you get a $30 credit on the plan that you have signed up with. And then the ISP gets reimbursed from the FCC for those who are signed up on a monthly basis. We encourage all Virgin Islanders who qualify to participate in this program, and both of the ISPs present today have been enthusiastic about that program, and we support them both.
So the application process is through your office?
No, it's not through the office. It's through the FCC website. And it's also important to note that for residents to be careful because on the state side there have been fraudulent people signing up folks and not delivering goods or giving their personal information like social security numbers. That is not to be done other than through the FCC website and through their portal. So when Liberty and VIA are out promoting the program as well as VINGN, we are helping people sign up through a specific portal. Do not give information outside of that portal because it may not be legitimate.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm closing with this because I know there was a provider that was here in the territory and set up a tent that is not of the ISP that we know that are here locally that were providing, giving tablets and signing up people also. So it's important for individuals to verify that it's credible, that they're licensed before they sign up to try to receive these type of services and support. So I appreciate that.
Well, actually, I would like to, that is a very, very important point because it's we are aware of that situation, and that would be, that organization actually is registered with the FCC. However, we encourage all Virgin Islanders who participate in the ACP program not to give your social security number to anyone. Only use the web portals of the FCC ACP program only.
Thank you so much for that information. Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Joseph, you recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much. And just to follow up on Senator Carrion's previous speaker, what is the portal that individual, what's the website portal that they can use to access the ACP program?
Oh, yeah. I'm just as bad as Stephen. The exact website, we can provide you with that information.
Yeah, because, this is an opportunity for our residents as well who may not be aware of this type of program to actually type it in and get, access to it. But I hope before the end of this meeting, you'll be able to provide that information.
If you go to VIA's website, VINGN's website, and Liberty's website, information on those, at least I know for sure the portal information is there.
Okay. I wanted to go back with you regarding the BEAD program. When did you get the award for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Grant? When was that grant awarded?
The planning grant, the $1.25 million of that planning grant was awarded about 3 to 4 months ago. All the territories, the 5 territories, have earmarks versus the states are in a competitive situation. The earmark for the Virgin Islands is $27 million.
So you don't have to compete for that money?
So we don't have to compete for that money.
Wow.
We have to put together an action plan to be able to be approved by the feds.
Well, I'm happy to hear that we are not in a competitive position because I used to write competitive grants, and that'd be worse than a NBA playoff when you're writing those and you're competing against other jurisdiction who have more resources available than we do here in the Virgin Islands. So I'm happy about that. And when does this the 27 million capacity grant begin? Is it contingent upon your planning grant?
Yes, the broadband director, which will report to OMB management, when that person is on board, that person will collaborate with the DE director that's out of VINGN shop. They will do studies, conduct research, talk with all the ISPs who are the stakeholders, as well as government agencies, nonprofits, et cetera. And from that, the BEAD director will write a plan, and then that plan will be published locally, and then the community has a period of time to comment on that plan. Then the BEAD director will submit that plan to NTIA. Once the NTIA is satisfied with it, then the $27 million will be awarded according to the plan. On November 8th, NTIA, the Treasury, FCC, and USDA will be here for a one-day session to be able to describe all the broadband programs and all the funding in the territory. I must say, though, that there is one caveat about the BEAD program that hasn't been discussed, and maybe some of my colleagues might not even know about, which is because Liberty was awarded the USVI Connect grant, I believe it's $84 million, 89?
84.5.
$84 million. It's a 10-year grant that they received. And for the period of that 10-year grant, no other federal grant monies can be used for infrastructure.
Oh.
So the BEAD program, which in the States would be used for infrastructure in the U.S. Virgin Islands, it cannot be used for that. It has to be used for other programs. So both Liberty and VIA have both proffered the idea of subsidies. One of the reasons why that would be allowable and considered is because we cannot invest in infrastructure. But that's a two-edged sword.
Okay.
A very
But
two-edged
the proposal that Ms. Pitt mentioned regarding the subsidy, that would be an allowable cost. We cover that already.
It's allowable cost, but it would be an allowable cost, but it could not be an allowable cost to any particular ISP. It would have to be an allowable cost that's open to there had to be some mechanism that the BEAD director would have to decide that it would be fair.
So it'd be open to everyone.
It would have, everything we do has to be open.
Open to it, because it's federal money.
Yes.
Ms. Pitt, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I want to say that in the proposal that we submitted, the white paper, we were very clear that this is not a VIA proposal. We understand that we will benefit from it, but it's a Virgin Islands proposal. Every ISP has the same challenge of affordability, and in our proposal, we clearly outline that. But further to what Stephen said, you also have the question about the increase in the ACP funding. That is also off the table now. It is also off the table simply because of the fact that we now have Liberty Broadband VI with the 84.5 million. So we are not going to get beyond the $30 as some of the other Navajo nations and some of the other more unserved, not underserved, but unserved areas. We are not necessarily going to get into that increase on the $30.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concluded all of my burning questions, and I really appreciate this opportunity. It was a very good hearing. Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Liberty your comfort level with regards to the $5, I believe it's $5 per linear foot fee that's in the current broadband agreement, I believe, with Public Works. Is that something you're comfortable with?
I think what we were talking about was like a $2 per feet. Yeah, but I need to get the details because I don't have the details here.
You're thinking about something in the neighborhood of more $2.
I think that was the conversation, but I don't have the information.
Okay. VINGN, I wanted to ask you, I was reading somewhere about the $8 million that you received, Mr. Adams, from the Digital Equity Act, and I think there was some indication that you were soliciting feedback, you were doing an outreach campaign, getting some input from the general public as to how that grant award should be utilized.
Yes.
So I wanted to just kind of get some feedback as to what types of, regarding the usage, what types of things can that money be used for, and how has the campaign been going as far as input from the community?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Of all the things that I do at VINGN, This grant is the most exciting grant since I've been here. And the reason why it's an exciting grant is because it's money, $8 million is going directly into the community. VINGN, the only monies we get off the grant is the management fee of the grant, which is 3%. That's it. All of the money is to go in the grant. So things like the Children's Museum, could be a recipient. Big Brothers Big Sisters could be a recipient. Anyone who has a technology education program for those who are formerly incarcerated could apply for a grant. Anything that's related to workforce development, technology adoption, e-learning, anything like that, and even government agencies qualify for this grant. So what we're doing is we're canvassing out, we're working with partners like AARP to be able to identify stakeholders that we can talk to be able to develop a plan that is inclusive for the whole territory. We had 3 listening sessions. We have 6 more planned. We're doing those in conjunction with NTIA, and we will be doing that with the BEAD office once it's been established, to be able to get the word out about this grant opportunity. So it could be someone who knows how to fly a drone and they want to teach other kids how to fly a drone. Someone who is into digital photography and wants to be able to teach kids digital photography. Those are the types of grants, just simple grants, that people in the community can get behind and apply. You don't have to, the only thing that you have to have is you have to have a SAMS registration number. Other than that, anybody can apply for these grants. And we're excited about putting this money to work into the community.
Thank you very much for the feedback. Sounds like a very exciting opportunity for Virgin Islanders. Thank you very much for the leeway, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. We have come to the end of our agenda and our hearings. I must say, though, that I want to really thank all of the telecommunication professionals and WAPA executive for being here today. It's critically important that we close the digital divide. And I must say, in terms of takeaways, one thing that I realize that we must do is communicate. We must collaborate and execute. That's the only way we're going to move forward. So I want to thank all of you guys for being here again. And I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to give a closing statement, starting from my left.
No, I will give the 30 seconds for
starting from my left.
Mr. Portela.
We're going to start with Ms. Pitt then, and I'll move to my right.
Yeah, so first I want to take the opportunity to thank the hardworking men and women of VIA. They've done a fabulous job over the last few years and long before, and as I always say on those occasions, to mention those that came before them, because it has been a continuous effort of being better every day. And I would also like to be able to implore the committee, as you look going forward, keep the concept of affordability foremost, because it is the biggest challenge that we have in the Virgin Islands. And I think that's where we have the ability to make a difference so that we can continue to serve the community and, of course, keep businesses connected. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to state that government plays a role in connectivity, and part of that role is not only just being a watchdog, but also to ensure that pricing is fair and as low as possible. But also, we want to be able to provide value. VINGN is remaking itself. The writing is on the wall that our business will change, and we also have a $36 million obligation to the PFA. So we have to figure out in the coming years how to be able to lessen that burden for the government, as well as make ourselves continue to be relevant, right? We must be relevant as a government, semi-autonomous government agency, to be able to provide value to our ISP partners, while at the same time ensuring that all Virgin Islanders can participate in the global push to digital inclusiveness.
Andy Smith, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Simply want to say thank you, Chairman Blyden, for hosting us today, as well as the rest of the senators who joined today. I'd like to thank my fellow testifiers as well. I think it was a very good conversation. Finally, I'd like to thank the listening public, as well as most specifically the hardworking men and women of WAPA. I've talked a lot of times in front of this body about the hazardous work that our employees do, and they do that, and we have actually a very good record of keeping our employees safe, and so I'm proud of that. And I just again like to thank them for the hard work 24/7, 365 days a year.
Thank you.
Yes, Ricardo Portela from Liberty. I want to thank everybody here for the commitment to the USVI people. I just want to reinstate that this Connect USVI program is one of the most important projects that you have in the island, because it's going to give you the most resilient network in the Caribbean, and it will be the most resilient and fastest network, including the United States. Nobody will have 85% on the ground network, and also full fiber to the home resilient in the United States. So this is going to be the top of the top in the world to look at. So I appreciate all the work that you're going to be doing for us, helping us to get the permits. And definitely we will be here to communicate well, collaborate well with all the agency to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I must say, I want to again thank all of my colleagues for being here with us all day, doing this most important hearing. I want to thank staff, central staff, media, the recorders, security, and most importantly, also I want to thank my staff for putting this meeting together. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.